Comrades, please make welcome Councillor Carl Blake.
Comrades out there, good evening. East Central St. Andrew, are you in the house? So let me hear you in the house, man. Good evening. I want you to consider yourself nice and beautiful people, don't you? And so when speakers come up here, show them that when they recognize you, you recognize them, right? So work with me on that, good? And so for the evening, we're supposed to, it's long time we don't have no nice time, don't? And so for this evening, we're going to have some nice time because we're celebrating the work of a man who has given most of his life in serving Jamaica. Put your hands together for Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips. And I stand here to bring greetings on behalf of Region 3. I'm feeling proud in doing that I'm bringing greetings to a patriot, a person who didn't start at the top, but start as a foot soldier just like we, till him reach the top. Understand? And so, comrades, what I want us to understand tonight is that the work continues. We have not accomplished the mission. He has brought us part of the way, and so we have to continue the mission. Because what is going on in this country today, it's not, we have never seen it happen. Taxpayers have to take out how much million per month to pay an entity that was making so much money. We have to be paying them now. Taxpayers, when those money could help pay teachers, police, nurses. Keep the teachers here in Jamaica to teach our children. And this is happening when Peter Phillips was there. Nothing like that couldn't go on. Him have him hype on the thing. And so, comrade, it must be that we have work to do to make sure we rescue Jamaica from these people. We have 6 thieves in there that they don't want to name, eh? But one day, the truth is going to come out. So comrades, sit back knowing that the person we are here to make sure we celebrate. We are proud to say he's a man of integrity. And so we can stand proud in helping him celebrate his achievement. One love, one heart.
Thank you, Councillor Carl Blake. Councillor Blake is the many-term general for the Greenwich Town Division in the strong Bastion constituency of Southwest St. Andrew. Comrades, be upstanding. The chairman of East Central St. Andrew, Comrade Dennis Gordon, is entering the place. We welcome caretaker, candidate, and the chairman of the East Central St. Andrew constituency. We're going to continue with the greetings because we have to make sure that we remain on schedule for this evening's proceedings. And therefore we call upon Comrade Lucia Grant, who will bring greetings on behalf of the PNP Patriots.
Tilt it down. Carry them somewhere. Thanks. Comrades of East Central St. Andrew, good night. Comrades of East Central St. Andrew, good night. I mean, your leader is here. Make him feel welcome. Comrades on the platform, I acknowledge you. Comrades on the ground, I acknowledge you. Bringing greetings from the Patriots. Comrade, the word is always love. However, sometimes we differ from the word love. There's too much infighting within our house, but at this point, I am asking all the comrades that are here to spread the word to the comrades that are not here that time come for PNP for rescue Jamaica. Time come for we love each other. After all, we are all related by orange, right? Yes, comrade. Time comes to ensure that the People's National Party becomes the next government. Comrades, the government that we have now is very uncaring. They confuse them own self. How can we have these people leading us for our next term? Comrades, we don't know if it's the local government or the general election that will be called first. However, whichever one is being called first, comrades, go out and ensure that you place your ex squarely beside the head. Comrades, we have given you a slate of candidates that are willing to work for you. Comrades, I'm just asking you to ensure that the People's National Party remains the caring government that it is. Well, I mean, I'm just putting it out there. I know that we're not the government yet, but I'm just saying, comrades, just ensure that we go out at the polls and ensure that the People's National Party becomes the next government. Comrades, the word is love, always will be love.
Thank you, Alicia. All right, we also want to acknowledge the presence of the chairman of Southeast St. Mary, Comrade Patrick McLeod, and his contingency from Southeast St. Mary. No. Hold on a second. Don't have to go to better than that. I cannot acknowledge the chairman of the constituency and his contingency. And in the contingency, wave like a silent movie. Southeast St. Mary in the house. Let me hear you know. Patrick, that sounds more like it. Continue with the greetings. We bring up Comrade Mark King. Next to bring greetings. And Comrade King is a caretaker for Northwest St. Andrew. Right.
Comrades, Master of Ceremony, distinguished members on the platform, distinguished members in the audience, distinguished comrades in the audience, visitors, well-wishers, good evening. I bring you greetings on behalf of the great constituency of Northwest St. Andrew, and in particular, the wonderful division, the Uenden division, to which I'm the councillor candidate, caretaker. This is a joyous occasion for me to stand here to be in your presence on behalf of the UNN Division and by extension, the Northwest Constituency, Northwest St. Andrew. I bring you greetings on our behalf to the members of the team and also to our former party leader, Comrade Honorable Peter Davis Phillips. Now, I just want to say a few words. And, first, before I speak about the legendary of the man, I would like to stand here and, on behalf of the class of Councillor Caretaker, recognize the awesome task of your chairman, Comrade Dennis Gordon, who has really been there guiding us. Many a times we do fall, and he's always there and willing, and for that we are very grateful. You have a wonderful chairman. You have a wonderful next member of parliament for East Central St. Andrew. Comrade Dennis, I am not sure if saying thanks is enough, but for you to stretch so wide is really an awesome task. And we are very grateful because I myself have matured under his stewardship, and I wish to hail the man and wish to thank him for what he has done in order for me to stand here, not only to grace you with my presence in speaking at this lectern, but to also speak about some good things to which I have learned from his stewardship. And he needs to be commended. Now, for the bigger man, the legendary, the honorable former party leader, Honorable Dr. Peter Phillips. Let's hail the man. There is so much to be said about Dr. Phillips. And I personally, for those persons who know me, knew that I spoke very highly of the man. He's a man of integrity. He's a man who, whenever he speaks, is never afraid. He's a man, when you see he can stand with his letter of resignation in one hand, if the IMF loan wasn't approved, he was willing to give up, because this is a man of service. When you speak about notable character, this is a man who puts country first. And we need to hail the man, right? I was really hoping to see river come down, but maybe it will come later on. But we need to do much more of this with even our comrades within our own little corner and our own constituencies, divisions, etc. Let us recognize the good work, right? While we appreciate the work of our ancestors, remember those who carry on the legacy ought to be recognized as well. And I'm happy that this forum is being used as part of the recognition for our former party leader, Dr. Phillips. I want to thank him, and most importantly, we always forget the family of those persons who give of themselves, because they are really the unsung heroes who keep things together while they are out in the field, including Comrade Dennis Gordon, We want to thank their family and want to say how grateful we are for having afforded or lending them to us while they offer themselves to lead this great movement. Comrades, as we approach the upcoming election, I seek your support in doing the work. There's work for everybody. And I always say to persons, having comrade before your name ought not to be taken lightly. It simply means that you're an ambassador for the People's National Party. So we all need to go out, do the work, and win victory for the People's National Party. Comrades, one love.
Thank you, Comrade Mark King. Just a sec, music man. I want you to lively up the place, but firstly, let me acknowledge and invite to the podium the following comrades. Member of Parliament for Central St. Mary, Comrade Maurice Guy. He's making his way to the platform. Please make him welcome. The St. Mary comrades traveling packing, so from you see Patrick, and you should have known that others were already in the place. Also joining us on the platform is the Councillor for the Lauriston Division in St. Catherine Eastern, Regional Secretary for Region 4, and representing the Councillor Caucus, Comrade Keisha Lewis. Keisha, some people may not know who you are. Come to the front so they can see all of your splendor. Music man, no, you have to, hold on, you can't serenade her in silence. Never mind, never mind. All right, so we also have present Deputy General Secretary of the People's National Party, Comrade Wavell Hines. Comrade Hines, please make your way to the platform. Comrade Hines, where are you? All right, while he comes up to the platform, I'm going to invite Councillor candidate Jesse James Clark from the Trafalgar Division of the Southeastern St. Andrew to come and bring greetings.
Thank you very much, Comrade Price. A pleasant good evening, comrades, and a special good evening to all the comrades on the platform. Comrades, I just want to say my experience with Comrade Dr. Phillips, the first time I met him, I was a teenager at Monroe College when he came to visit his children at Monroe. And at the time, I think he was in national security, if I can remember correctly. And he was very humble and very approachable, and I remember that interaction that I had with him. I never knew that many years later, I'd be standing here where I'm at right now, but life is interesting, right? And comrades, I just want to say that no matter what you want to say, his work in finance, or whether it was health, or whether it was in finance, everywhere that he went, he did an outstanding job and he put his all into it, and that is an example for all of us comrades. No matter what your position is or where you're placed to work, just give it your all. And history, as I say, will absolve you. So comrades, I just want to bring my greetings and respect to a man that I look up to, a person who is also big in academia too as well, because a bright person, and is someone who set a very good example for all of us to follow. I also want to take the time out to big up the incoming Member of Parliament, Comrade Dennis Gordon, who is a man of action, who whenever, with the issues affecting his constituency and the country at large, wherever he can intervene, he has intervened. He has done tremendous work in healthcare, in housing, and I'm sure he'll tell you more about it later. But comrades, I love to see when we make steps to fix the problems that we are having and that our people are facing. And for that, you have to big up these comrades for that. So I know that you will be in good hands, coming from Dr. Peter Phillips to Comrade Dennis Gordon. And I'm looking forward to your support when the time comes in the Trafalgar Division to help me to come through too as well. So comrades, the word is love, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Jesse. Also on the platform is Comrade Hillary Nixon. And in case you never know, Hillary Nixon is the General Secretary of the group through which I have my membership in the People's National Party. And I overheard her whispering that if I don't get to give her a loud acknowledgement, she's going to go to HQ and use whiteout to remove my name. So please, comrades, recognize Hillary fast. Also in the house, we have Clear Sounds, and they are getting ready to remind us as to why they are the eminent band that they are. So please give them, well, my apologies. Whoa, no, this is why she's going to get the white out and remove my name. Let us acknowledge Lloyd Parks and We the People Band.
Yeah. Love and hate. Comrades, more you're no better than that, you know. Yeah. More no understand what I say. Understand. Love and hate can never be friends. Oh no. Because a pure love will deal with, right? PNP deal with love, don't it? Here I come with love and not hatred. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life. It be no one, no wish to be with no evil man. But there come a day when you'll be with our fathers and leave a bruised children. Alright, leave a prostrate children. Hey. My head is anointed and my cup runneth over. Yeah. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life. It be no one, no wish to be with no evil man. But there come a day when you'll be with by the Father's hand. Let me hear you, let me hear you. I can't hear you, yeah. Sounding good right now. Hey! Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. Oh gosh. Massive and crew, I want you rocking on your chair and stand up and rock. Watch it. My head is anointed and my cup runneth over, yeah. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life. It be no one, no wish to be with no evil man. For there come a day you'll be with by the Father's hand. Comrades in the house right now, having a good time. It's all about love, yeah, love, yeah, love, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. We gonna rock it tonight. Oh Lord, yeah. We gonna rock it tonight. Lord of mercy. Massive and crew in the area. Hey, I miss a we roll bout ya. Massive and crew in the area. Music will say, sing, watch it. Hey. Da 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 da. Watch it. Should I have faith in you? Should I pull up and come again? I mean, say, people, are you ready? I saw we do it. Run it. Here we go. Hey, da 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 da. Whoa, yeah. Massive and crew, are you ready? Watch it. Should I have faith in you? Should I put my trust in you, or should you lay me down? Should have learned around. Why should I think this way, thinking that you're going away? There ain't no way to stay together again. And everybody, how could I living this, sounding good, acting like a child so young and gay? You don't know what it means to be loved. You don't know how it feels to be loved. Oh no, oh no. All the massive and crew in the air, I've done come down on you with lightning, brimstone, or fire. Cause in my heart that is what I require. My desire is for you to be true and strong, and then someday you'll get to know where we went wrong. So how could I ever go on living this, acting like a child so young and gay? You don't know what it means to be loved. You don't know how it feels to be loved. Oh love, oh love. Ladies in the house, don't know how it means to be loved. You don't know how it means to be loved. Oh love, oh love. Lady, watch that one. Watch it. Lady, step aside now. Another man who wants to take over. Cause you don't know what you've got. So now it's time to lose it. Step aside now. Let me show you how to treat a woman. She needs a tender touching me, loving, oh no. Let me, I tell you how you're crazy, leaving her so long, oh so lonely. Cause she's the winner, so you better protect her. Cause when you're feeling blue, don't know what to do, she will comfort you. She's a dream come true, she will be your friend. Everything that is here, she's always around. Always around, yeah. No disrespect, no disrespect, no disrespect. All the ladies say yeah, oh. Say yeah, oh. Say yeah, oh. Hey, watch me now. All the beautiful ladies in the house, let me hear you scream. Wonderful. Yeah. It's all about love. Are you ready? Follow. Love has found its way in our hearts today. Yeah. Love has found its way in our hearts today. Yeah. Lord of mercy. All the beautiful people. When your love is beautiful, there's nothing that could go wrong. When two hearts beat together, it's like an everlasting drum. It's like an everlasting song. 'Cause the moon so thankful, baby, that Jah has made you mine. I'm so thankful that Jah has made you mine. Come on. Hey! Love has found its way in our hearts today, yeah. Love has found its way in our hearts today. In our hearts today, yeah. We're having a good time, y'all. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Baby, see baby, baby, oh baby, baby, my lovely baby. All the beautiful ladies in the house right now, yeah. Lord of mercy. Ladies and gentlemen, we just want to let you know lovely lady, watch me, honey, you gave new meaning. Pull up and come again. I who said that man know good music? I who said that man know good music? Run it. All the beautiful comrades in the house, eh? Looking so good, honey, you gave new meaning to my life. You'll forever be here with me, inseparable we are. I'm ecstatic, exciting, of our newly found love, right here in my heart. You'll always stay, inseparable we are. If you know it, sing along, okay? You are the sunshine of my life. So much excitement when you are around. There's so much about you that words can't say. Makes me wanna love you in a special way, yeah, 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 yeah. Honey, you gave new meaning to my life. You'll forever be here with me, inseparable we are. Whoa, whoa. Comrades, how you doing? We're feeling good. Feeling good all over. Love my comrade ladies. Oh, they're so beautiful. Hey, hey. You are the sunshine of my life. So much excitement when you are around. There's so much about you that words can't say. Makes me wanna love you in a special way. My sweet baby, you should be having my bed. Lord of mercy. Oh, 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 oh. Nice and lovely reggae music. Oh, watch it out. Yeah, da 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 da. Massive and Crow in the house. Voila, 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 voila. Comrades, comrades. Just wave your hand in the air. Wave like you just don't. And everybody just wave your hand in the air. Wave like you just don't care. Yeah. fighting against oppression. Oh yeah, battering down depression. Oh yeah, nada. Everybody sing along, nada. Check it out. Are you ready to stand up and fight the right revolution? Are you ready to stand up and fight it just like soldiers? Many are called, few are chosen. You hear that? Many are called, few are chosen. Oh yeah, nada. La 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 la. Nada. Whoa. Check it out. Are you ready to stand up and fight the right revolution? Are you ready to stand up and fight it just like soldiers? Many are called, few are chosen. What you say? Many are called, few are chosen. Say you gotta live, live forever. Love, 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 love one another. Say you gotta live, live on forever. Love, 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 love. You wanna give me a mix? Give me a mix. On the intercom, on the time to come. So she didn't have a daughter, she didn't have a son. If the lift doesn't work, run up the stairs and come. If you don't come, you cannot go no then. So I got a bunch of fruit and I started to run. Here I come. Whoa. 2 months later, she said, come and get this up. Don't want to baby to come down. And that's because you are old and I am young. Yes, while I'm young, yes, I wanna have some run me down. Should live by the see, I'm broad, yes, I'm broad, give me a piece of the bass line. How you doing out there? How you feeling good? How you doing out there? Watch out. If this world was mine, play rub-a-dub all the time, play it all the while, play it in a dancehall style. If this world were mine, play rub-a-dub all the time, play it all the while, play it every time. Jamaican ladies, black, black roses in my, everybody sing, black, black roses in my garden, black, black roses in my garden, hey, black, black roses in my garden, whoa, da, da, whoa, oh yeah, da, da, whoa, having a good time, da, da, whoa. Nada, whoa, oh yeah, nada, whoa, oh Lord, nada, whoa, yeah. If my sound good, you know what's clapping, huh? Make nice too.
Right now, I have some family out there who want to big up the man Skeng Dan now. Hands together for Skeng. Where is it? Oh.
Them never hear that a while ago.
Me say, put your hands together for Skeng Dan.
Skeng Dan?
Put your hands together for another family member, George Panga.
Aha.
Hands together, bigger food. Dennis, you want me there? Yeah, we are come from Dennis. We are come from boy days. No strings attached, no money business. That's why I'm there. So right now, watch this now.
a chant and a dance. We come for nice up the area. A lot of boys won't get no girlfriend tonight. Said a lot of boys won't get no girlfriend tonight. Cause me inna the area, like the inna the area. Me inna the area, like parks inna the area. Damn!
Officially, you
Three be three, where she gone? One be one, two be two, three be three. And tune in till I'm mine. Hey.
Comrades, be upstanding and welcome the Member of Parliament for East Central St. Andrew, former leader of the opposition, former president of the People's National Party, Comrade Peter David Phillips. Comrades, we know you're happy to see Comrade Phillips, but please allow him to make it to the platform. Night's gonna be a good night. Night's gonna be a good night. Let's get up. solid as a rock. Comrades, all right, comrades, it's hard to tell you to settle down when the leader of this constituency and former leader of the party is in the house. But work with us, work with us. There's a whole lot more to come tonight, so please settle down. Let me use this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Councillor Charmaine Daniels on the platform. Councillor Daniels, a group of ladies from your division decided that it was appropriate to tell me that if I don't acknowledge you now, I could have got George's little more, I could have family there little more, I could never come back in the division. So, mission accomplished. Let us also acknowledge in the house former Member of Parliament, Comrade Heather Robinson. We have with us the longest serving senator ever appointed by the People's National Party to the Senate of Jamaica, Comrade Naval Clark. Comrade Clark is at the front. Please let us make him welcome. He reminds me that he celebrates 56 years of membership to the People's National Party this year. Also joining us at the conference is none other than the connection boss. He sometimes goes by the name of the Energy God, Mr. Telecoms. And as you know, we're talking about Philip Paulwell, the Member of Parliament for East Kingston and Port Royal. Also with us, sitting in the audience, we have Comrade Maureen Denton. For those of you who don't know Comrade Denton, she's a lady bedecked in the broad-rimmed hat, sitting at the front there. She's a shadow cabinet minister appointed by Comrade Leader Comrade Mark Goldin. Give her a round of applause. On the platform as well, we have Comrade Alfred Dawes. In the audience are a couple of people who I'm going to highlight despite their threats that if I highlight them, what and what will happen. Because guess what? I don't care what anybody else have to say, but I am unafraid to identify them. Rashali, good evening. Danishka, good evening. Dollis, good evening. Verika, good evening. Donna, good evening. Miss Dell, good evening. Lana, good evening. So all of the people, Angela, that told me don't call up them name. Now that I call up on the name, do the next best, because I am unafraid. At this point, we bring up Comrade Keisha Lewis, Councillor of the Lauriston Division, the only councillor in Jamaica that can actually stop me from going home. And she will bring greetings from the Councillor Caucus. Comrade Keisha.
Hello. Good evening, comrades. My two phone see me. He said, Comrade Keisha Lewis, to bring greetings on behalf of the caucus. Make some noise, the man. Thank you. That sounds a little better. Let me start by paying tribute to the man himself, Dr. Peter David Phillips, Member of Parliament for this constituency and former President of the People's National Party. We owe him a wealth of debt of gratitude for what he has done for this our country. We owe him a lot. So when I said Dr. Peter David Phillips, let me hear you make some noise for this man, for this leader. Comrades, there was a time when Jamaica was going under. If it had not been for this man, where would we be as a country? Where would we be? And I want to say, Comrade Phillips, I personally want to thank you for rescuing Jamaica at a time when we needed rescuing. Thank you, Dr. Phillips. I want to bring greetings to your chairman, my friend, my councillor colleague, my brother, Comrade Dennis Gordon, the man who is going to ensure that he follows in the footsteps of Dr. Peter Phillips and extend on the work that was done in this constituency. Big up Dennis Gordon. I want to pay tribute to all the comrades who are sitting on the head table here on the platform. And yes, Raymond Price cannot go home if he does not acknowledge me well. I will block the road right at Lauriston Crossing. Tonight, comrades, I bring you greetings on behalf of a group of individuals who have been working assiduously on the ground, ensuring that your business is taken care of. That is your councillors, comrades. I want you to give a round of applause for your hard-working councillors throughout your constituency and the length and breadth of Jamaica who has been carrying the torch for the People's National Party. Give a round of applause to your councillors who are fighting in the trenches to ensure that your rights are preserved, to ensure that your work is done. I know you clap the councillors well. And if I'm going to be speaking of councillors, I speak of your hard-working councillor, Comrade Dennis Gordon, and Comrade, all the other Comrade councillors. Make some noise for them, man. Them work hard. Comrades, I'm not going to hold up a lot of time, but we stand in solidarity as councillors when we say that we have a good team going forward, when we say that we can build on the legacies left by Dr. Peter David Phillips, when we say that we have councillors who are out there ensuring that your work is done. But we cannot do it alone, comrades. We have been doing it with you over the years. And guess what? Wherever you fall within the spectrum, you have been playing your part. And we want to thank you and commend you, comrades, for standing with the People's National Party. Even though sometimes we feel disheartened, but we remain firm and committed. We remain solid as a rock because we are the People's National Party, the party of choice for this country, Jamaica. Comrades, as we salute and as we celebrate the work of Dr. Peter Phillips, and as we usher in your new chairman who is going to be your next member of parliament, I want you to remain as solid as Dr. Peter Phillips was. I want you to remain committed to the movement as Comrade Dennis Gordon is. I want you to remain firm and strong as the councillors are. Because we're here on a mission, and that mission must be accomplished. And it is going to be starting all over again tonight, comrades, in this constituency. We're starting with the boss constituency. Comrades, we're a political movement. Give them an update, yes? Comrades, we're a political movement. And as a councillors caucus, we want to remind you that we are tired of the Jamaica Labour Party. We are tired of the gimmicks. We are tired of the trickery. We are tired of the false promises. And guess what? They said they're coming with hope, but hope died on them. Comrades, we are tired. And as a movement, as your councils are preparing for a local government election, we are going to be using some of the strategies that we have. And we're going to be building out to ensure that your cause are represented by us, your councillors. We're standing in the gap for you. And we're not well quick until we ensure that the People's National Party gets back to its rightful place as a powerful party going forward to lead this country. Comrades, I will not be lengthy, as I said, I'm going to take my seat. But in taking my seat, I want to tell you, we are not going to sit down and allow the Jamaica Labour Party to run us over. We are going to stand wherever we are and stand up for the People's National Party. Comrades, if you believe in your councillors, if you believe in your leadership,
Comrades, while Keisha was speaking, I'm going to ask you to remain standing as we welcome a very special guest of East Central St. Andrew, a very special guest of Dennis Gordon, the Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire. Please make welcome Dr. Hilaire as he comes onto the platform. All right, so comrades, as you can see, we're getting into the major leagues now. The next three speakers will be in the following sequence, the following order. Comrade Alfred Dawes, Comrade Maurice Guy, and then Comrade Philip Paulwell. After we have the greetings from Comrade Paulwell, we will bring up your chairman and the region chair for Region 3, Comrade Dennis Gordon. But please make welcome Comrade Alfred Dawes.
Comrade Chairman, members of the platform, special guest, the great Dr. Peter Phillips, Dennis Gordon, my friend and brother, councillors, MPs, Patriots. Good evening, everyone. In the last 2020 elections, it was an honor for me to work for the People's National Party with the aim of putting Dr. Phillips in Jamaica House. But through a series of connivingness, where you promised that you would not call an election in the middle of a pandemic, and that was done, when you had PNP workers looking at you and saying, Doc, we just felt guilty about taking out the old people to go vote because we never want to be the reason why them catch COVID. When we had, at that time, money dropping left, right, and center, with the lowest voter turnout, Jamaica ended up missing out on the greatness of having Dr. Phillips leading this country. And believe me, when I say this, it would not have been his just reward for an excellent career. He would have been the man that we needed most to steer this country. Because it was him and Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller who rescued Jamaica, and I don't think generations of the future will understand what it took when the IMF refused to meet with the previous administration because of their ignoring of all of the tests. It took the social capital and leadership of those two persons, Comrade Phillips and Mama P. That is why we are able to talk now about our debt to GDP going down that much, when we're freeing up the fiscal space because of the policies enacted by that PNP administration. But comrades all, we are again in problems, not because of debt, but because of injustice. And injustice and fascism that is creeping into the country. Where you have one set of people because of their connections are controlling everything. There's no equal opportunity. There is no equal justice. The only thing that we have equal is our exposure to crime. Nowhere is safe. And the criminals are branching out. And they are emboldened by the lack of laws and will to rein in that crime monster. And I share with you one simple thing because they're talking about crime plan. You know one piece of legislation that can solve our crime problem once and for all? The Proceeds of Crime Act. If you expand it and enforce these laws that show if somebody don't have a job or their job is only paying a certain amount of money, they cannot afford to live where they live, drive what they drive, and live a certain lifestyle. You can catch every single beneficiary of organized crime in Jamaica that way. But you know why they can't do it? Because 6 of them right now under investigation for the same thing. So they have put their interests above everyone else's in this country in protecting themselves when you could use those laws to rein in crime. It is their interest above the interest of the country. And every time a child dies, every time there's a double murder, a triple murder, they want you to wear black to make you feel like that is the only way you can show outrage, not by demanding the concrete actions that are needed. And this is why, my comrades, the next election will be the most important election in a lifetime because it is going to determine if the country continues on this trajectory of lawlessness, corruption, and a greater division between the haves and the have-nots, based on who is your friend and who you support. Just as how we had to rescue the country from the brink of financial ruin, it is time again for us, the People's National Party, to stand united and rescue Jamaica from anarchy in the next general elections. And my charge for you today, and it is going to be for every single one of you to come out and work to put Dennis Gordon in our new parliament building or whatever they're going to do it. But we're not going to wait. Your next member of parliament. But before that, as them say, the local government elections is just around the corner, and we must help to take back all of the parish councils. And that is where it starts. We must work in this upcoming local government election as if our lives depended on it, because it has to be a referendum on what the Jamaican people believe is the future of the country. And the People's National Party must come out victorious. And that is my challenge to you today. Work, organize, win, and let us get it right. Thank you all, our comments.
Thanks, Al. Thank you very much, Comrade Dawes. All right, while Dr. Dawes was speaking, the newest mayor in the land came onto the platform. And we cannot be talking about local government elections or talking about anything to do with local government. And as Keisha said, the hardest working set of councillors anywhere in the English-speaking Caribbean. Well, let us introduce, to bring greetings to the conference, the newest mayor anywhere in the English-speaking Caribbean. Let's make welcome Mayor Willie.
Well, Selector, I'll give me some alkaline or popcorn or something like that, man. I will love going bad enough. In the meantime, comrade, former party leader, the real boss, my friend, a man who I look upon as a father figure, a man who have taught me so much, Comrade Peter Phillips. Boy, great man. Great man. And of course, the comrade who I take over, boy, he have some big shoes to fit. I didn't mean it literally. Comrade Dennis Garden. I would have to be here this evening, you know. From one St. Thomas man to the next. You were there at my presentation. I'm respect that, my brother. Former Region 2 Chairman, Dr. Maurice Guy. A real general. Now, he's an elder statesman out there in a Region 2. Seeing that we have a new chairman. And my political mentor, of course, the connection boss. The only thing, you know, he is the vice master for the party once Mayor Hubert Williams is absent. But big him up. Comrade Paulwell, I want the alkaline on the man. Not the head for me. No. Wallet. Comrade Keisha can't left you out, you know. Because even when I absent from the meeting, them never fail to call me. And sometimes even draw me up and say you have to be at the meeting. So let us big up the secretary for the caucus. Comrades all, I greet you from the constituency of Western St. Thomas. You see, I want to say this before I even talk about the greatness of Dr. Phillips. You see, in Western St. Thomas, a lot of people believe it's labor right land. But I bring news tonight that this comrade Hubert Williams, will be the politician that is responsible for writing off the political career of James Roberts come the next general election. Everybody ready? Well, on the selector want to go and bad down here, so he might cut it. So make him go and do him thing. But I want to tell you tonight, a lot of people out there afraid of him. Even some of my predecessors, them, afraid of him. But I'm the fearless one. I will win it. And I want to tell all the comrades, they can bank on it. Chairman said only 2 minutes. And I will respect that. I can't overrule it, you know, because I'm in a parish of St. Thomas at the moment. So I have to work with it. Because the mayor power, no transferable in other space them. But I want to say something though. Whether it was health, it was transport, it was Ministry of Finance or work, I want to tell you, that Dr. Phillips was the minister that looked out for the common man. Who is the common man? The common man is the man where boil a little soup on the corner. The mechanic who have him little garage on the shop on the corner. The corner man, the tailor, the dressmaker, the simple people in our society. Dr. Phillips was the minister who looked out for them. Unlike this JLP government, if you're not already rich, if you don't come from a wealthy family and well known, you have no place in their society. So I'm saying tonight, Jamaica have missed an opportunity. They have lose out on the opportunity to get a prime minister that was the most prepared in our history. A man with a proven track record of performance. Let me tell you something. Jamaica vote for clerks and now them can't buy clerks. So I'm saying, the next time we go to the poll, we have to wise up the rest of Jamaica. Because remember, you know, we are the ones that stay focused, you know. So we have to get to our neighbors, our community members, and let them know what is at stake. Let them know this is the most important election within the last 40 years of our history. And let them know that if we vote for the GLP again, Jamaica will end up like Haiti. And of course, in closing, I must say, Comrade Phillips have handed over the baton to a more than capable servant of the People's National Party. Remember my time I done, man. 30 more seconds. So I say tonight, I know Comrade Dennis is going to deliver. And he's going to deliver well for the People's National Party. So I want the full support for him. I'm asking tonight for us to give him the full support. Because he is giving me his full support in a community in Western St. Thomas called Danvers Pen. And he commit to me 2,000 votes. And I'm saying to you that with Comrade Dennis and my team out there in Western St. Thomas, I want to declare, and I wish the party leader was here now, because I want him start to do him tally. Because I want to tell you all tonight that Western St. Thomas is already in the winning column. Check.
Thank you, Comrade Williams. Comrades, while the mayor was speaking, two very important, well, all comrades are important, but two very important comrades, you'll agree, arrived. And these are the caretaker for St. Thomas Eastern, Comrade Rosemary Shaw, and Vice President of the People's National Party, Member of Parliament for Northwest Manchester, Comrade Mikhail Phillips. Comrades, at this time, please welcome to the podium Comrade Maurice Guy, Member of Parliament for Central St. Mary.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade Dr. Peter David Phillips, the Honorable Dr. Peter David Phillips, OJ, Member of Parliament, former President of the People's National Party. And comrades, I want for all of you to know, my political mentor, the man I looked up to when I entered representational politics in 2002. Comrade, colleague, members of Parliament, comrade, guest speaker, Dr. the Honorable Ernest Hilaire, Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia, councillors, councillor candidates on the platform and in the audience, MPs in waiting on the platform and in the audience, warriors of the People's National Party, brethren and sisters all, good night. Comrades, I had to be here. I had a family engagement and I had to cut it short because tonight we are saluting a patriot, a man who this country owes a lot to, and me personally owe a lot to. So I had to be here in celebrating with the comrades of the constituency tonight to say to our Member of Parliament, to our friend, to our mentor, to our political confidant, to our political guide, that we are proud of you, Peter. We are happy that your family allowed us the opportunity to share you with us, and that as a country, we owe you big time. I also want to greet the next man who is going to take this constituency in the fine traditions and keep it in the column of the People's National Party. The next Member of Parliament, Dennis Gordon. And I want you to hear him, because I was looking at the comparison between the two shoes and the foot that he has to wear, or the shoes he has to wear, and I recognize that yes, he will take this constituency forward. So comrades, Peter Phillips has been in all the ministries that he has served at, and when the former speaker spoke, he mentioned, and he forgot to mention, national security. Because in all of the four of them that he served, in my recollection, he has served with distinction. He has served with integrity. Nobody can call him name and say any little thing on the table where Peter Phillips is concerned. This is a comrade who can walk tall, stand tall, solid as a rock, and say my character, my name, and my personality clean. Clean as a whistle. And comrades, we're not too happy to see him go. But we recognize that there comes a time when he says that I will still be there to help you, but I won't be at the forefront. My brethren, my daddy, thank you for everything that you have done. And I can't forget when I was facing as to whether I was supposed to be the next Member of Parliament for Central St. Mary, that you came to that auditorium in Highgate. And in the way that you only can do it, you soothed over the comrades and made my way clear. And I don't think I have disappointed you, because I've kept it for 5 terms. So comrades, tonight as we salute this patriot, I want to say to the comrades tonight who are here, and for those of you who will take the message back to them, we have an election coming up. Whether a certain man say election is upon him mind or not, him they say the same thing in 2020. But the point is, we have to be prepared. Because as Comrade Mayor said, Willie, this is one of the most serious elections that we're going to have to face in the history of this country. and it will determine the future of our children and our children's children. Because it is only in the People's National Party that they can be guaranteed a secure and safe future. So all of us have to do our thing. Make sure that the next time the election is called, that the People's National Party is forming the government of this country, and that we will take the country from the crossroad that it is at now. One love, comrades.
This scholar call me early morning, so me just reverse the mortgage. Yo, turn that down. My boss called from North Carolina. They say me hold him down, my bosom on my time up. Me put him in a bowl in a China. Some little boy better know when I buy.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Guy. Comrade Dr. Phillips, I've been advised by a number of your colleagues who are unable to make it to publicly state their apology. We have Comrade Oliver Clue, former Member of Parliament, who is actually in the vicinity, but says because of health he will remain in his car and watch the proceedings. And recovering at home is Comrade Fitz Jackson, former party chairman, who is watching the proceedings as well, and just wants me to say to the conference that they are here in spirit. Comrades, we are now going to ask the Member of Parliament for East Kingston and Port Royal, a former Region 3 chairman, to come and address the conference.
Them now run them black. When we pull up, them have to run left back.
You know, comrades, we have a new vice master in the place. The truth is, as I learned the new dance drift, I heard the words, and I realized that I can't do that on stage. I greet you, Comrade Chairman, my brother and friend, Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips. Respect is due. Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Minister Hilaire, welcome. And of course, our brother, the chairman of the great Region 3, Comrade Dennis Gordon. I greet all the other comrades on the platform. Comrades all, good evening. Good evening, comrades. I had intended to be here to bring greetings on two areas. One was St. Thomas, but I should have known better, because St. Thomas continues to be solid as a rock. And I am so happy that the two representatives from St. Thomas are here, and they are going to be counted as the next two members of Parliament for that great parish. So I bring greetings on behalf of Kingston East and Port Royal. And, you know, as I mentioned my constituency, and to speak of the greatness of Peter Phillips. You know, when we have internal elections, some people go one way and some people go another way. But it has been the practice of the PNP that at the end of that, we come back together as a family. And Peter taught us a great lesson in those contests. Because even though I was on one side, I can tell you, my counselor was on another side. And we hug and we love up each other, because Peter Phillips would have it no other way. And tonight I want to big up Comrade Peter Phillips for being the true comrade that he has been for all these years of service to a great movement. I have served in the cabinet with Peter for 14 years. And I regard Peter also as my mentor, because I've learned a lot from Peter Phillips while as a cabinet colleague in that august body. I have never seen a person work as hard as Peter Phillips. I watched him when he was the Minister of Finance, and I was amazed and learned a lot from his work ethics, the way that his mind works, his vision and how he targets that vision and works towards the accomplishment. You know, there are some people talking about ministers of finance. But I will state tonight that Jamaica was saved from the precipice of economic disaster by Comrade Peter Phillips under the leadership of Comrade Portia Simpson Miller. I'm not going to stay too long because we have a long program. But one other thing. I hear them talking about the lowering of our debt to GDP gone down, and people taking credit for that. But you know, one of the most significant things that Peter did, as we acknowledge the tremendous amount of love and support that we got from that great country, Venezuela. And we must never forget Venezuela, because in the darkest of night, they were there. But Peter and I, we were involved in those negotiations. And I tell you, we played bad cop, good cop. I'm the nice guy. Peter was the tough one, was a real negotiator. And at the end of the day, Venezuela wrote up $1.5 billion of our debt. And one of the main reasons why our debt to GDP has improved so much. So I want to say in our honor, in our tribute to Comrade Peter Phillips, that his name is going to be well remembered. He will go down as an icon, as being responsible for the most fiscally prudent government in our history, the most fiscally disciplined government in our history. And big up, respect is due, Comrade Peter Phillips. You are my comrade and friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Philip Paulwell. Selector, you have to be careful with that song, you know, because I hear that I am the best at drift anywhere in the 14 parishes of Jamaica.
It's too low. Shabba ranking dance all them how we can say. Keep up, can't stop. Sing up, bad man. Some move, some rock, some simulika. Move, you wait. Keep up, girl. Drop, quicker, make a dance couple times. Girl, take my picture.
Actually, let me confess early. Thank God these children were at the front dancing, because all I had to do was watch what they were doing and pretend as if I actually knew what I was doing. So I owe a special thanks to the East Central St. Andrew drifters at the front. Back to serious programming. Back to serious programming. Comrades, while Comrade Paulwell was speaking, we have another young caretaker who is going to be taking up the mantle in North Central Clarendon. Comrade Dr. Oje Dixon, please come and introduce yourself to those who don't know. And you see also arriving former General Secretary of the party, Member of Parliament for Southeastern St. Andrew, Comrade Julian Robinson, also in the house. No man, Oje, I know say it going on. You have to come to the front and hold up your fist, and if the selector play music, you have to drift. Also joining us on the platform, Minority Leader of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, Also from the constituency of Southeast St. Andrew, Comrade Andrew Swaby.
Like me never hear what you that say. Some fling some stuff in the part there. Make a realize they not really do the talking. The whole of them ready to turn in a past them. Find where you live, search up your apartment. Couple things if you try we get the torment. Threaten me the only chance.
I know one of our favorite comrades. One of our favorite comrades in Region 3 is Comrade Bonnie Witter. Comrade Bonnie Witter is also in the house. And Comrade Bonnie Witter, like Comrade Claudette Rickards, recently celebrated a birthday. So if you missed the birthday applause earlier, it's the same day. All the Virgos in the house, we're acknowledging your birthdays tonight. I see some hands, some Virgos round the back holding up them hands. All right, comrades, so here's what we're going to do now. As I said to you earlier, some other conferences are having their constituency conferences tonight. And one of them in particular, Comrade Mark Golding, is on the schedule to speak, and our information is that he has not yet been introduced to speak, after which he will come to East Central St. Andrew. So we can't delay too long because we don't want the thing drag out too much, but at the same time, respect is due, so we can't go too fast either. So we're going to share with you at this point now. We have some testimonials, including one from a very important friend of Comrade Peter Phillips, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mayor Mottley, will be sharing in this evening's activity via video. And we also have some other testimonials of people who have been touched, either personally or metaphorically as his mentees by the work of Comrade Peter Phillips. And I know that my job as MC is more like that of a traffic cop. I must direct who speaks when, how long, and who is coming next. But I'm going to exercise, I won't call it indiscipline. I will exercise the license of being in front of the microphone at this point to say that it is near to impossible for Peter David Phillips to be ever able to list all the names of all the people whose life he has influenced. And his influence on my life began while I was at the best high school in Jamaica, St. George's College. Correct, Kamar? St. George's College. So, no, they're laughing with me, Mikhail. So Mikhail went to Jamaica College, and our special guest of honor went to Jamaica College. So this is where I'm going to shadow my brakes. But they also know the truth, that the right blue is the light blue. So let me go back on safe territory. I was a member of the debate team at St. George's College, and we always pattern our style of debate of parliamentarians. And I remember watching a clip of Peter Phillips in Parliament. He was then the leader of government business, and I believe the Minister of Transport and Works. And at a particular point in his presentation, the opposition was making up some noise, and Dr. Phillips pushed back the chair from behind him and put him foot, there's a little shelf under the desk at Parliament, and him put him foot up and him just turn around to his government colleagues and say, "What is the remark again about empty barrels?" And interestingly, it was the opposition that he was throwing the line at who completed it. And they said, "Make the most noise." And then Dr. Phillips says, "Continue." Nobody could say that he called them empty barrels. But of course, they knew the label best applied to them. But I use that example because if you watch the presentations of Peter Phillips, you will see three things happening at the same time. It's beautiful to observe. You're seeing actual knowledge, which is researched and prepared ahead of the presentation. You're also seeing the depth of experience. And the third element you see, all three working concurrently, is innovation, innovative thinking, and his ability to respond to the situation in front of him on his feet. Never you hear after he speaks either political ombudsman or any other marshal in the political ecosystem calling on him to either withdraw a remark or to apologize. And other speakers will give more clear examples of his leadership acumen in the variety of ministries for which he had tenure. But there is something about the leadership of Peter Phillips that many people don't understand. He finds the time. And very recently, if you would forgive me, I'm going to do it and then ask for the forgiveness while doing it, Comrade Phillips. We had in this country very recently a dark hour with some homes being firebombed. And while persons were trying to make good their escape from the fire, the perpetrators, it is reported, opened fire with guns to prevent them from escaping. It was, for me, one of the most bewildering moments I have ever observed in Jamaica. And I'm not going to say in Jamaican politics. It's one of the most bewildering moments I have ever observed in Jamaica. I had become familiar to reports like that coming from countries we don't associate with, being conducted by elements we don't associate with. And one morning in particular, while preparing to go with the team from the ground to do some form of assistance and assessment, and to be honest, not really sure what we would have seen or what we could have expected. And I got a phone call from Dr. Peter Phillips. When in moments that you least expect support, but that support is forthcoming, that will always be the measurement of Peter Phillips's leadership that I will hold there. And hope that one day people will say of me that they see similar elements. I won't try and say the same elements, because boss a boss, and he is the boss. Comrade Peter Phillips, I add my sentiments to your celebration, and I give you, as always, my gratitude and my thanks. So, Rashali always send me a text message in moments like these and say, you're boring up the thing now, Raymond. So before she send off the text, or send Danishka to come and say, stop, I am going to say to myself, stop. A little more music, selector. Make a lively up at the place.
Banco Santander, Macadu, Janko, Bankier,
all right, selector, you're doing well, you're doing well. We are going to sign the pay slip for you. You're doing well. At this point, comrades, put your hands together. Let me invite Comrade Julian Robinson to the platform to add his own tributes to Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips.
Hey, hey. It's that. Yeah.
People sound is too low. Shout around the dance like
Boss be the boss. Done for every done.
Comrade Master of Ceremonies, Comrade Raymond Price. Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips, former party leader. Comrade Dennis Gordon, who is councillor for the Maxfield Division and taking over this constituency, and chairman of the constituency. My colleague, members of parliament, Vice President Mikhail Phillips, councillors, councillor candidates, delegates, workers, and friends of East Central St. Andrew. It's good to be here with you tonight. We pay tribute to a patriot in the truest sense of the term, a comrade who has given his entire life in service of his country and the betterment of its people. A comrade who has served in government in 5 different capacities as a minister and has excelled in every single one. A comrade who took Jamaica in 2013 when the Labourites left it so badly that we had no arrangement with anybody. And he had to go to Washington and renegotiate an agreement so that Jamaica could come back on track. So when people boast about the state of the country's finances, understand that it is the sacrifice, the acumen of Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips that started that process. And so when people talk about fiscal responsibility, we started it. And frankly, you must understand we paid a price for it. Because those years, because things were so bad, we had to make difficult political decisions to get the country's finances back on track. So from that 2013 to 2016, there were decisions which were unpopular, but were necessary so that we could restore the country's finances. Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips led that process. So the wicket that other people batter now and boast about was prepared, rolled, and the deliveries which were lifting short of a length, Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips had to play those deliveries. What we have now, the stability we enjoy now, is a result of his work during that period. And alongside our former party leader, Comrade Portia Simpson-Miller, they were able to hold together the social fabric of the country, restore our finances, make difficult decisions, but set us on a path that we are on right now. And we must recognize that contribution. We must recognize the contribution of Comrade Phillips, who has served in almost every capacity within the People's National Party. From political education chairman, to general secretary, to vice president, to leader. Someone who understands the People's National Party, and someone who has committed his life to the betterment of that party. So we are here to acknowledge his work, to acknowledge his sacrifice over many, many years, and to say thank you. Thank you for what you have done for this country. Thank you for being a mentor even when you didn't know you were, to many of us who started off at a younger age within the People's National Party. Thank you for being that guide, that person who will call you and say, all right, let me talk to you about this in a quiet way. That is the leader that Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips has been. So I want to personally thank him for being that supporter of me in my journey throughout the People's National Party, and to thank him for always being there at my side. So comrades, we have had in Comrade Dr. Peter Phillips a patriot, a committed public servant, a dedicated Jamaican, a man who believed in the empowerment of the masses of this people. And we have been fortunate to have the service that he has provided to us over almost 5 decades within the People's National Party and within public service. I want to acknowledge our guest speaker tonight, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, who I know more as CEO of West Indies Cricket, but also someone who has dedicated himself to public service, and who most importantly, not just a St. Lucian, but really truly a Caribbean man, and who understands the importance of unity and integration within our CARICOM movement. And we are fortunate to have him here, and the fact that he's here is an indication of how he values the project that CARICOM is supposed to be. So comrades, as I take my leave, let us recognize excellence as we see it. Let us recognize the passing of a baton to capable hands into Comrade Dennis Gordon's hands. And he will run and continue the race that Comrade Peter Phillips started. And we know that race will lead us to victory. Whether it is the local first, it's going to be victory. And if they delay it and they call the general, it's going to be victory. And it is a victory not because we want victory for the power for ourselves, but we want victory so that we can uplift the majority of the Jamaican people and make this a country that everybody can feel proud to live in. One love, comrades, one heart.
Up until the end, setting place my fire again. Up until the end, setting place my fire again. Aye, different type of killer with no pretend strike, a different type of.
Thank you, Comrade Julian Robinson. Now, comrades, remember I said earlier that there are some people who will also be participating in this evening's activity by way of video testimonials. And we're going to start those testimonials now. And there is a challenge. We want to see how many of the persons who you will see in the videos you can recognize. And we have monitors who will see the persons that get the most of them, and we'll talk afterwards. So we're going to be going now with the set of video testimonials. Those on the platform, you will see the monitors to the left and right of the stage, and the audience will see the monitors hung to the left and right of the stage. All right, proceed.
Now this one dedicated to all the boys them who jump up, jump up. Dedicated to all the man them who wake up and push up. And dedicated to the girl them who no mother.
From very early, it was clear that he was destined to enter the political realm. And when we gained office in 1989, Comrade Michael Manley, the party leader, appointed him as minister within the office of the Prime Minister. There he was charged with dealing with specific projects, particularly those that involved an international element, such as the major development at Portmore, where he had to collaborate not only with the Ministry of Housing and its agencies, but also with the governments that were providing the funding. When I became Prime Minister in 1992, he continued in that position for a relatively short period, because very soon after that, Comrade Arthur Jones of blessed memory departed this earth, and Peter Phillips was the obvious candidate to succeed him in the constituency of East Central St. Andrew. After the 1993 election, he was assigned firstly to the Ministry of Health, and there he had to complete the work that had already begun under Minister Easton Douglas of refurbishing, refitting, and modernizing our main hospitals, Kingston Public Hospital, St. Anne's Bay, Mandeville, and the Cornwall Regional Hospital, as well as the other Type 2 hospitals. And I would say he left the machinery, the facilities for health service in tip-top condition. One of the things which he was noted for was his versatility, his ability to adapt to whatever situation he was called upon to address. I can't help but say that as much as he achieved in all the different portfolios, I think Peter Phillips will be remembered in the long sweep of history for his tenure, leadership, and guidance at the Ministry of Finance. And in saying so, I must recognize the faith which the then party leader and the social capital which he had, Portia Simpson Miller, invested in making it possible for him to do what has to be done. I think one of
Comrades, the party president, Comrade Mark Golding, is here.
Mr. Special dedication to all farmers, whether you live a St. Anne's or in a Nova. Cause this is Mr. Cat the beer back grinder. The style when me a go give them a go run Jamaica. And in a London I me say in America. And in a Canada I me say in a China. It name the Vineyard style, it's wicked and wild. The Vineyard style, it's wicked and wild. The one purpose and with animal party. And the one purpose which is human party. And the one called Chaplin with ocean party. Me say here come Mr. Cat with Vineyard party. Them keeping a dance in a stamping yard. The song in the play was true type power. Now this has to be a special dedication to the world and its life. We can't tell the first and fight. With them black, purple, blue or white, let's get together and all unite. How you mean? Ribby-dibby-doo-body, 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 ribby-dibby-doo-body. Easy, Mr. Cat, you want it down. Yes. Easy, Mr. Cat, you want it down. Yes, we're going to sting them like a bees and bite them like a scorpion. Anywhere we pass from here, the mic position, we call it under pressure the world, under pressure to the friend them. Under pressure the world, under pressure to the... Now this, the big belly girl.
comrades, well, try and settle back down. So we're going to, well, firstly, Comrade KD Knight is also here. So we'll bring Comrade KD to his seat before we go back to the video.
They still want more. The more them get it.
So comrades.
The more them.
I know the more you see PNP people, the more PNP people you want to see. So we're going to go back to the video. Former Prime Minister and former Comrade Leader, Comrade PJ Patterson. We're going to complete that video. Following that video testimonial will be the video testimonial from the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. Then we introduce Comrade Dennis Gordon, who will bring... Okay, so we're going to finish the testimonials, then Comrade Dennis Gordon. Then we will have the major presentation. So let's finish the video presentation by Comrade PJ Patterson.
Significant contributing factors to restoring the reputation of Jamaica in international circles during his regime is attributable to his belief in the building of a participatory democracy. And the group which he constituted, the partnership which he built, that included the private sector, the trade unions, civic organizations, served us admirably. And in fact, is one of the pillars on which succeeding governments have built to ensure our economic recovery and put us on a path of growth and development. I say, hail the man, well done, and let us join in warm, comradely salute to Comrade Peter David Phillips for his dedicated service to our nation and our party.
And answer the call. The torch has been lighted. The war is at hand. Who joins in the fight for his own native land?
Peter David Phillips, a patriot, strategist, community builder, and political icon.
I, Peter David Phillips, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica, and that I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of Jamaica, so help me God.
He was born on December 28, 1949, in the parish of Manchester and used the path of education and academia to equip himself to be of service to his fellow citizens and his country.
My dad has a very positive outlook. I think he's always looking at the bright side, and he chooses to enjoy life and to be happy. Because even when things, generally, everything won't be going well in your life all the time. And I think I admire his outlook and his ability to see the right side.
To Peter, it didn't matter who he knew and who knew you and who you were affiliated with. He was going to do the right thing. And integrity today is missing from the political landscape. And people don't understand how important it is for nation building. Peter, along with integrity, is a very straightforward person. He'll tell you exactly what he's thinking, exactly what his view is. He's not going to beat around the bush.
One of the things I've come to have a great deal of respect for him is his sincerity. Sincerity as a person, his commitment and loyalty to the People's National Party as a vehicle, an institution of service to Jamaica and its people.
Peter embraced Rastafari at a time when it was the most oppressed and unpopular demographic to identify with in Jamaica.
A group of young Rastafarians saying to the youth of Kingston, stay out of this past and political warfare. Embrace peace and love. And, very important, they place in the minds of the youth a consciousness of Africa, and in a manner that it has never been demonstrated. So, I remember Peter now in terms of the Rastafarian movement, young Rastafarian, and then the 12 tribes of Israel, which came out of it, and the moral effect that the organization had on urban police.
Peter Phillips was one of the voices. He was one of the campaigners for recruiting persons to become involved in the national project, had very strong views. He had Rastafarian adherences in the sense that, the whole thing about repatriation, finding your national identity, the issues related to the Caribbean regionalism, Caribbean independence, etc. So he was very, very first in terms of the whole concept of Jamaica as a project.
Peter Phillips answered the call of the people and became a member of Parliament representing East Central St. Andrew in the 1994 general elections. He has served the constituency diligently and creatively over the last 29 years. With almost 3 decades of service to the people of East Central St. Andrew, his presence and impact can still be felt today.
The service you have given to this constituency and this country, you will never, ever go without being in our pride and our memory. It is service by excellence. 30 years of caring, 30 years of service, 30 years of a relationship that still stands strong today.
So I've had the opportunity to see Dr. Phillips in action through various stages of his political career, and I can say that as a resident of East Central, it's through his work and through his just continued devotion to making East Central what it is today.
From very early,
it was clear that he was destined to enter the political realm.
His political career is defined by diversity, bearing testament to his versatility, intellectual abilities, and commitment to delivering results.
Comrade Peter David Phillips, as a politician, is a strategist. He's somebody who thinks about not just politics, but politics as it relates to policy. He's very clear about the intersection, and politics exists to make a difference in people's lives on a national scale. I think for him, it is not easy to separate the two, and that's a part of what makes him very special and very unique.
And one of the things that strikes me is just how consistent he is.
Give me some more volume on the keyboard. Let me hear the keyboard play. God is good. I still don't hear you. God is good. Give me some more keyboard. I can't hear the keyboard. Turn it up, yes, sir. Turn it up. Or don't tell me relax. It's God time. Turn it up, turn it up. Help me sing. Lord, give me strength to face another day. Lord, give me strength, oh God, to care. I can't hear you, something wrong in my earring. Oh, my Lord. One more time and take off the roof. Here we go. God, give me strength. Your time. Ah, yeah. Carry my heavy Lord, yeah. Give me, carry on. Oh, my Lord. The next one, how much time?
Everybody should be singing this.
Sir Phillips, I've known you for so long.
You thanks.
And then MP Dennis coming. Sir, let's sing together. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up here, before I lay my head, for I will sing of the goodness. Lift your hands if you feel like you're blessed. Come on, let me see the hands. There we go. All my life you have been faithful. On the stage while we say, all my life God has been so. With every breath that I am able, for I will sing of the goodness. Tonight, let's sing the second verse now. I love your voice. You have held me through the fire and darkest nights. You were close like no other. I know you as a father, yeah. I know you as my friend. here tonight giving thanks, and all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, for I will sing of the goodness of God. Give it to me now. What we say? Oh yeah, your goodness is running out. Oh, it's running out to me. Let me. I can't hear you. Your goodness is running after me. All my life laid down, I surrender now. Yeah. I give you everything, Lord. Your goodness is running after me. Show me your hands, show me your hands. Come on, show me your face, show me your face. All my life, God has been faithful. And all my life, God has been so good. With every breath that I am able, and I will sing of the goodness of God. Next key, Chris. Give me next key. I am determined. You ready for dance? You ready for dance?
I want to see everybody jump and hands up.
I am determined.
Everybody!
To hold on to the end.
Oh, yeah.
With Jesus. Oh,
I can depend.
Oh, I know I've got salvation. I can feel it in my soul. I'm determined to hold on. Ready? Some sweet day, I'm going away. Gonna leave this. I can't hear you.
No more to roll.
Lift your voices.
Some sweet. My life is over. Some sweet day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going away.
Lift Jesus.
Hiya. Hiya.
Oh, from the sun to eternity. He said, I will draw all men on to him. Hey, I know where I am going.
I know.
Do you know where you're going?
I know where I am going.
Everybody.
Joy bells are ringing. Days are singing. Know where I am going. I know.
I love that man.
From Galilee.
Come on, my people.
For he has done so very much for me.
Dr. Peter Phillips.
He has taken all my sin. And the glorious come.
Oh,
I love that man from Galilee.
let's go now. What we say? Press along, sis. Press along in God's own way. One time. Press along in God's own way. Oh, persecution.
He must.
Oh, trial and crosses
in our way.
What you say?
The attack. The victory. Hey, and on one prayer we pray. We pray in the night and we pray in the day. And anytime we go up on our knees, demon have to run. Everybody. And on one prayer we pray. We pray in the night and we pray in the day. And anytime we go up on our knees, demon have to run.
What you say?
Hey,
oh, we shall have a grand time. Oh, happen. I can't hear you.
We shall have a fun time.
Oh yeah, walking in glory.
Hallelujah.
Oh, we shall have a
fun time. Have a fun.
Hey, real.
Christ so real to me.
Today,
because he give us the victory.
Oh,
many people doubt it. I can do without it. That is why I love him so. He's so real to me.
Oh, I will not suffer.
I will not beg for bread.
Oh, the Lord is
my provider. And I will not beg for
what you say.
In a big Christian warrior. Oh, with me weapon in me right hand. I am a warrior, a Christian warrior. With me weapon in me right hand. Warrior. Oh, warrior. Oh, yeah. Oh, warrior. Let's go outside now. Warrior. Let's go outside now. Amen. Amen. Chris McDonald. Amen. 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 Nobody great. Nobody great. Nobody greater than you. Come on, lift your hands and give God praise. Come on, raise those hands. Nobody great. Nobody great. Nobody greater than you. Look on the stage. God has blessed everyone here. I'm coming up, Lord. Coming up. I've searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I've looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Help me say, come on. Nobody great. Nobody great. Nobody greater than you. I want you to bless them. Stretch your hands and bless them on the stage. Everybody. I've searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I've looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Come on, bless them, bless them. Nobody great. Nobody great. Nobody greater than you. May the Lord bless you, Dr. Phillips. Oh, may the Lord bless you, my good friend. May God keep blessing you. God keep blessing you, my friend. Nobody God is so great. Yeah. Oh, my very good friend. One more time. I searched all over, couldn't find nobody. That's our time up. I searched high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody! Nobody great. Blessings. Nobody great. Chris. Nobody greater than you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Public service announcement, very critical. There is a blue van, license plate 6305, J as in Jamaica, S as in son. You are blocking the gate. You need to attend to your vehicle urgently before others volunteer it for you. 6305 JS, a blue van. And let us, another round of applause for Dwight Richards and company. Comrades, we are coming to the close, but we have some heavy hitters still left to speak. And at this point, we are going to ask your constituency chairman, the region chair for Region 3, and the candidate for East Central St. Andrew in the next general elections, Comrade Dennis Gordon, to come forward.
Welcome the girls and sugar.
Mr. Chairman, party leader, next Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, my friend, Honorable Ernest Hilaire, my political father, a mentor for life. Party chair, party general secretary, members of parliament in waiting, councillors in waiting, and most importantly, the people of East Central. My task is really a simple one, is to welcome you to the Republic of East Central St. Andrew. This republic started in 1967 with our founding president, the late Honorable Norman Washington Mandley. And so tonight, East Central is paying tribute to our patriot, our member of parliament for almost 30 years. And so I hear people talking about 6-star and 5-star and 3-star. Well, we have 7-star. 7-star. And if we use a cricket jargon, my boss, you have played well. And you can retire with your bat high. The people of East Central St. Andrew will forever be grateful for your stewardship. 29 years and counting. The transformation of East Central under your leadership is well documented, and I can assure you that your legacy is also well protected. So, comrades, tonight, as we pay tribute to this distinguished gentleman, one who have given so much to East Central and the country, it's only fitting that we say thank you. I also want to say thanks to his family, his 2 sons. Can you join me here? Where's Luke? We in East Central, we in East Central want to thank you for giving your father to us for almost 30 years. The level of sacrifice that the family would have made to allow him to serve us has not gone unnoticed, and we want to say thank you. Also, please convey thanks to Mrs. Phillips for allowing us to have the benefit. Thank you so much. So, comrades, tonight, as we salute the Patriot, the distinguished gentleman, it is my pleasure to say welcome and enjoy the offerings of East Central St. Andrew. One love, power to the people.
Comrades, please a round of applause for the party chairman, Comrade Angela Brown-Burke, who brings greetings to the conference of East Central St. Andrew.
Natural beauty, you know. Yeah, no, I've never been someone shy until I see your eyes. Still I had to try, yeah.
Comrades of East Central St. Andrew, if you could only see you from where I am standing, you would know just how lovely you look this evening. Really, really lovely. Let me greet members on the platform, the guests, the man of the night, Dr. Peter David Phillips, your special guest, DPM Ernest Hilaire, our own party leader, our own regional chair and MP candidate for East Central St. Andrew, colleague officers on the platform, and if I were to name everyone, I'd probably be here all night. So let me just hail up everybody on the platform, all the distinguished comrades on the platform and the distinguished comrades in the audience. I've been asked to bring greetings as a neighbor, Southwest St. Andrew. It is true that I'm probably one of your newest neighbors, having only joined you in more recent times. So I haven't had the pleasure of serving as a neighbor with Dr. Phillips. But the history of the People's National Party is complete and is known. And so I know of the collaboration between former Member of Parliament, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, yes, who would have served with you, Comrade Phillips, for years. We also know that with Comrade Portia Simpson Miller as Prime Minister, Comrade Phillips served as a finance minister in one of the most difficult times in which we found ourselves. And it is a testament to his character, to his strength, and to his perseverance that we were able to pull Jamaica from the brink of the precipice. As he himself said, he did what he had to do, didn't take pleasure in it, but he did it so no other Jamaican Minister of Finance would have to go through the indignities that he suffered on behalf of the people of Jamaica. In more recent times, if we were to listen to the government, many of us would forget that those were the days in which Comrade Phillips served, and in which Portia Simpson Miller served, and which laid the foundation for some of the successes that the government today has inherited. Foundation laid through sweat and tears and hard work, but laid so that this government could be able to do some things for the people of Jamaica. Unfortunately, they didn't come with the same heart and the same mind and the same spirit as the former People's National Party government. And so we would have seen all of the travesty. But comrades, tonight I bring you greetings on the eve of another September morning, school morning tomorrow. And I know that you, like me, would have been talking to parents and students, and you would know just how difficult it is. So comrades, as people go out tomorrow to get their kids out to school, I'm going to ask you in the name of the People's National Party, in the name of Comrade Dr. Peter David Phillips, in the name of Mark Jefferson Golding, in the name of Dennis Gordon, in the name of all of us who are currently working to stay with the people, to talk to them. Let them know that you understand fully well what they're going through. Let them know you know how difficult it is and that you have not bought the nonsense that the Minister of Education is saying about how ready we are. You know better than that. As we go forward, comrades, let us keep the spirit of Jamaican people with us. Let us make sure that the sacrifices made by those who have gone before us, the sacrifice of Comrade Peter Phillips, will not go in vain, because this People's National Party will make sure that as we go forward, we carry the memory, we carry the pain, but we also carry the hope and the bright future for the people of Jamaica. Blessings.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. And we're keeping the pace as a rather quick one and invite the General Secretary of the People's National Party, Comrade Dayton Campbell, to bring greetings to the conference.
If you want to live, treat me good. If you want to live, I beg you treat me good. I'm like a walking razor, don't you watch my size, I'm dangerous. Say I'm dangerous.
Check, check. Yeah. Comrades all, greetings. Comrade, party leader, and the next Prime Minister of Jamaica in a matter of soon come. Maximum respect, comrade leader. To our guest speaker, man who we know from cricketing days, Deputy Prime Minister, welcome. To your Member of Parliament, a stalwart in the People's National Party, and a comrade that has played a tremendous innings for the party. And if we were to go to track and field, he has run a blistering leg on the relay. Comrade Peter Phillips, Dr. Peter Phillips, respect you. Comrade Dennis Gordon, who is taking over that relay in East Central St. Andrew. And we're expecting another blistering leg on that relay and another 30 years from a servant of the people in this constituency. To all of the other comrades on the platform, all the comrades in the audience, I greet you well. I am here to bring greetings, but in true Dayton fashion, we have to talk some things. And we talk the things, then whether them sue yes or no, we still talk the things. And I want to say to you that I see this government taking credit for the work that is not theirs. And I want to say, is he who do the planting should do the reaping. And it is Dr. Phillips that set this economy on the path that it is on. And therefore, it is the People's National Party that must do the reaping. Imagine running a race, handing off the baton and the man turn back and run back where you're coming from. That is what this government is doing. Because they came and said they're taking us from poverty to prosperity. But based on the new data that we have, poverty has gone up. So they're taking us from the progress that we were on and taking us into poverty. And they don't like when you talk about these things. When you talk about these things, they come with all manner of evil and try all sorts of stunts. Every Friday for the last month, there's an article in the paper that them sue me. Lord of mercy. Every Friday, you know. Because somehow that's supposed to mean something I go up on the political platform. Well, I am here today, and as I am here today, bigging up a man of integrity, I want to ask this Prime Minister if you are part of the 6 because your integrity filing not get certified yet. When we come as PNP, this is a party that believes in equality. This is a party that put the interests of the nation first. This is a party with leaders with integrity. You know, here for a leader, them name get called up in a them sort of things. I hear them guys from Mottley say the 6 is real. But if you listen to this government, you wonder if the 6 is real. Because we say, and none of we, and them a hide as to whether any of them involved in it. I have talked to them far and wide and have not yet heard of anybody. But there is a gag clause because we don't want you to talk about it. Well, there are persons in the Labour Party who already were talking about Integrity Commission. Montague said that the Integrity Commission plans to arrest him before the next election. It's not me say so. It's Montague say so. So if you're going to sue me, sue Bobby too. Because of him say so. Everyone Warmington go there and create all sort of excitement about Integrity Commission. Abka Fitz and the left nationwide going to Senate and his first presentation was about the Integrity Commission. And if we can get 2 seconds to talk about nationwide. Nationwide is an incubator for the government. An incubator for the government. Naomi Francis left on press secretary. Cecil Toms left on communication director for JUTC. Abka left on senator. Dennis Brooks left on communication director for JCF.
It is an incubator for the Jamaica Labour Party. And that's why they like to spin things that we say. And I expect them to spin things this evening. But what you're not able to spin is the man who got on a mobile, go talk about him, not talk about election, because some people hungry for power, when they get it, they can't do nothing. The person that was hungry for power that got it and can't do nothing is the man who said we could sleep with windows and doors open. But when him get power, him say crime is above our control. And you, sir, hungry for power and get it and it'll choke you. We have educators in the country that say, please, may I beg you $3 million. Just give me that and me will satisfy. The teachers say want $3 million. Them a protest and they came out and tell them go on back in our classroom, because if you don't go back in there, we are going to do this and we are going to do that to you. The teacher them say, all right, we take the 2 points up and go on back at work. And in a few months' time, them raise the minister pay to $23 million. And then they never expect that when it comes to September that teachers did go resign and leave. Why wouldn't they have resigned and leave if them ask the 3 you don't give them but you take 20 out for yourself? It is a wicked and uncaring government that we have in place currently. And we as a party have to do everything to rid the nation of this government and to ensure we have a government in place that cares for the people. I watched the video when I walked in about Doc's contribution to healthcare. And if you think that everybody in Jamaica have the same opportunity, something wrong with you, because we are living in 2 different Jamaicas. There's one Jamaica when you get sick, you can get proper health care. There's a next Jamaica, you get sick and you sit down on a chair till you drop off and dead. And you have a minister of health that walking around and tell you about wellness bench, soul to soul, go play with dog like a Lucia play with, all sort of antics him go on with, as opposed to go and fix Cornwall Regional, as opposed to go and fix KPH, as opposed to go and fix Spanish Town Hospital, as Dr. Phillips did, so that you can have quality health care for the people of this country.
We send them home, yeah.
I mean, know what that mean when me see him walk and touch me, say time done. I know what that means. I understand the mission. Time done. But I want to close by saying being in politics is difficult. As much as persons think that it's just being in the spotlight and you're always out there, being in politics is difficult. It requires tremendous sacrifice. Sacrifice of family. You don't get to spend the time with your children. You don't get to grow them the way that you would want to. You have to make a sacrifice to serve. And Dr. Phillips made that sacrifice. Being in politics, you have to make sacrifice on your personal health. You don't get to take care of your physical body the way in which you should because of the stress of this job. He made that sacrifice, and for that we say respect due. Being in politics is rough because it is something that is cut and trust, and sometimes people are fling things at you and all time, but things happen. And to be truthful, comrade Dr. Phillips, I have said it every single time, that I myself did throw 1 and 2 things I mean, I make you left without saying it. Say for throwing them 1 and 2 things, it was most undeserving. And you're a big man. And we have spoken and we have put that behind us and we have moved on. And you out there will have it up for put it down, because him put it down. And let us move on and build the People's National Party, because this party is the only party we know. And this party is the mission that we are working for, to ensure that we have a better future for this country. God bless you and have a good evening.
No trust devil, them a pray hard, for you get pebble. If you no trust BS, no trust trouble. Human being no trustable. It be moving anti-social.
Comrades, I don't know what the General Secretary meant or what he was suggesting. I was just walking across the front of the stage. I deny everything else. But on a serious note, thank you, Comrade General Secretary. Comrades, the reach of Peter David Phillips is beyond the shores of Jamaica. We can see that throughout the tenure in all of the chapters of his public service. And tonight, a Prime Minister from CARICOM, the Prime Minister of Barbados, will encapsulate the impact his public service has had on her own time as a parliamentarian and now serving as Prime Minister of the newest republic on earth, the Republic of Barbados. Cue the video, please, technicians.
My dear friends, brothers and sisters all, and in particular, Peter Phillips, my brother. As Prime Minister of Barbados and as leader of the Barbados Labour Party, it is with great pleasure and indeed, yes, a touch of nostalgia that I extend to you, Peter, heartfelt congratulations on this illustrious and inspirational career that you've had. I equally celebrate the impact of your tireless service to the people of Jamaica and indeed your constituency for over the last 30 years. Like many of you gathered here today, I know that Peter has always exemplified the values of dedication, integrity, and unwavering commitment to his country and to this region. And I don't speak because somebody has told me what to say. I speak from the knowledge of having worked with Peter on so many occasions, on so many projects. Indeed, Peter, as I recall from your early days in public service to your time as a senator, a member of parliament, across the many portfolios that you held, that we had the opportunity to work together, in particular on the regional security plan for Cricket World Cup. We have had the ability to see your absolute incisive brain at work and indeed your care and compassion for those who are around you and with whom you work. You have consistently championed the interests of the people. And for these and for so many more amazing accolades, I believe that your contributions, my brother, will be forever immortalized, and not just in the development of Jamaica, but in our region. As we reflect on this remarkable journey, I want to acknowledge also that personal sacrifices come with a life devoted to such public service. Trust me, I know. Behind every great leader stands a strong support system. And we want to extend our gratitude, Peter, to your family for the unwavering encouragement and indeed in their understanding of you at this time. I guess you did real well because your son chose to follow you. And that is perhaps the truest form of congratulations and flattery, that he is following your journey. And while you may be retiring from active politics, my brother, I have no doubt that your wisdom and insights will be sought after in years to come, not just in Jamaica, but from across this region. Your contributions have shaped the destiny of your country, our region, and my friend, as you embark on this new chapter, I most of all wish you a healthy retirement, a lot of well-deserved rest, a lot of joy, and indeed continued success in whatever you choose to do. As I said, this has been a pleasure to have worked with you and to have known you as a man of integrity. Once again, on behalf of my government, on behalf of the Barbados Labour Party, which you addressed for me in our first year of office, on behalf of the people of Barbados, we salute you, Dr. Peter Phillips. You have been a visionary leader, a dedicated public servant, and a true champion of the people while a defender of the Caribbean civilization. God bless you. My dear friend.
All right, so it's appropriate to do a round of applause, even though Mayor isn't here, because indeed the applause is for Comrade Phillips. I'd like to acknowledge, while Dr. Campbell was speaking, Comrade Patricia Duncan Sutherland, President of the PNP Women's Movement, arrived. I also see former President of the PNP Women's Movement, its first President, Comrade Beverly Anderson Duncan, is also in the audience. Former parliamentarians Julian Silveira, Richard Parchment, and Arnaldo Brown are also here. And incoming parliamentarian Patrick Peterkin from East Rural St. Andrew is also... let me say that again. Patrick Peterkin and his chorus of cheerleaders are also here. But comrades, please be upstanding and welcome to the platform the current president of the People's National Party, the neighboring member of parliament, because South St. Andrew is a neighbor to East Central St. Andrew. Please welcome Comrade Mark Golding, opposition leader for now, and as you will see in the time to come, 10th Prime Minister of Jamaica. Comrade leader.
Watch this now. Hey. What do you get me hot this year? Where them a gonna do if they hold me? What do you mean? What do you get me wicked this year? Not even want to get gold. What do you get me? 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 What do you get me?
Thank you very much, Comrade Master of Ceremonies Raymond Price. Deputy Prime Minister Ernest Hilaire, guest of honor. It's been a pleasure to interact with you over the weekend, and it's an honor for us to have you here in Jamaica, and at a very fitting occasion. This is a special conference, and I want to big up Dr. Peter Phillips, somebody who I've worked closely with and who I have developed a tremendous regard for. I'll say a bit more about that shortly. Comrade Dennis Gordon, newly minted candidate for the People's National Party in this great constituency of East Central St. Andrew for the next general elections, sitting councillor for the Maxfield Park Division. Big up yourself. All of the other comrades, officers, and MPs, councillors, candidates, etc., on the platform, and all of the distinguished guests, comrades all, in the audience tonight. This is a very wonderful occasion. The place looking good. And I know, Dennis, you always do your thing at a certain standard. So, you know, we've come to expect it, but we also continue to enjoy it. And congratulations to you for having organized such a wonderful conference. Dr. Phillips, Peter, I think this is a special occasion for you because we don't know what the future will bring, but it could be the last conference that you sit as Member of Parliament for this constituency that you've served for nearly 30 years and have served so well. And you know, politics is a strange business and things don't always work out as they should or as people expect. But one thing I know for sure is that when the history of the current period of Jamaica is written, your name will stand tall among all as somebody who made a huge difference to the future of this country. I don't think people adequately really realize what you did. And of course, you've served in government for many years and distinguished yourself as an excellent minister in many different portfolios, from health to transport and others. But my close knowledge of it was when you were Minister of Finance and Planning in the last PNP administration. And it was a time when Jamaica had been dogged with chronic debt problems for decades, and where the public debt had been run up under the previous JLP administration to unprecedented levels over the last few decades. And where, when we came to office, the situation was so bad that the basic bills of the government had to be financed by the Bank of Jamaica, essentially printing money. And that was a slippery slope. We were in bad standing with the international financial community. The IMF program that had been signed off by the Bruce Golding administration had essentially crashed. They weren't passing, we weren't even taking any of the IMF tests. And our name was mud in Washington, D.C. And it took a year of hard work to build back the relationships that allowed us to go back into a very challenging program which really most people thought Jamaica would never be able to succeed in because the requirements were so onerous. And you steered the ship of finance with tremendous astuteness, with a certain understanding of the power dynamics of the country, which came from your tremendous understanding of Jamaica's political history. And through the adeptness with which you handled that portfolio, Jamaica passed every IMF test under your watch. And by the time we demitted office in 2016, the public debt had been taken from 147% of GDP to 115% and was on a clear pathway towards sustainability. That is not something that had been achieved before in that way. It included things like a huge debt swap with the government of Venezuela, where they sold back debt to us at less than 50 cents in the dollar, in a very complex transaction that alone reduced our debt to GDP ratio by nearly 10%. And it was under your watch that that seminal transaction was executed. So, Dr. Phillips, there are not many people in politics who can really say that in 50 years' time or 100 years' time, their work will be remembered because it was transformational. But in your case, I can confidently say that that is going to be the case. That the work you did as Finance Minister for Jamaica will be remembered in the future for decades and centuries to come, because Jamaica has really conquered its debt problem. We're not out of the woods, but we have an overall framework that governs our public finances now, that assures that we will not get ourselves into the kind of problems we had in the past. And it is you who really brought that to fruition. So respect you, and I honor you tonight for that. And of course, we have been neighbors. Since 2017, I have been your neighbor. And you know, it's always reassuring to know that you have a man of Dr. Phillips' stature and understanding across the border, because you know that if you need advice or you need some guidance, you're going to get it from the best possible source. I want to big you up as well for your role as my neighbor, South St. Andrew and East Central. Comrades all, Jamaica has huge challenges now in our governance system. We have a government which has been besmirched by a series of corruption scandals since they took office in 2016, and who are now facing, through the Integrity Commission, the likelihood of having 6 of their MPs they are under investigation for illicit enrichment. We are aware that the Prime Minister has not been forthcoming as to who those 6 are. In fact, a gag order was imposed by their cabinet, preventing them from speaking publicly on the matter. This is a wholly unsatisfactory and untenable state of affairs. There are 2 commissions, 2 committees in Parliament that deal with the Integrity Commission's business. One is reviewing the Integrity Commission Act, which is an important process to ensure that the Integrity Commission is not defanged or otherwise rendered an ineffective organization going forward. And there's another committee that has an ongoing responsibility for overseeing the Integrity Commission's performance and seeking to ensure they have the resources they need, and that anything that would help to make them a more effective organization, to the extent that Parliament can assist with that, it will. We cannot have people on those committees who are under investigation for corruption by the Integrity Commission itself. That is a clear conflict of interest. And I call on the Prime Minister to disclose those persons who are under investigation. The Jamaican public have a right to know, and to ensure that those persons step back from whatever office they hold, which may involve them in a conflict of interest when it comes to the Integrity Commission's matters that are before Parliament now. Jamaica cannot go forward with the trust and confidence in our Parliament being something that the Jamaican people cannot feel confident about. It is time for the changes to be made in this. And I'm really quite worried about the fact that the media has been so quiet on this issue. You don't hear them pushing this issue. Civil society is relatively quiet as well. This is a fundamental point of governance, and it needs to be addressed. The last thing I will say tonight, because I didn't come to make any big speech and there's some important speakers to come, is to say that the People's National Party has been a regionalist party from inception. Norman Washington Manley always conceptualized Jamaica as part of a bigger whole, a whole that included those countries in the Caribbean that shared a common history with us, a common language, common challenges and problems and aspirations. And so it is normal for us in this party to seek to strengthen our relationships with fraternal parties that have a similar outlook to ours, progressive parties, by having them to come to our conferences as guest speakers. And you know, Dr. Hilaire, Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, you represent tonight a continuation of that tradition, which is a very important tradition for us. We cannot go it alone. The region is much stronger where we collaborate on those things where collaboration can mean that the sum of the parts is greater than the parts acting individually. Whether it be in international affairs, whether it be in regional policy around things like food security, how we address climate change, and other things of that nature, where collectively we have a much better chance of negotiating with the international financial community and with international bodies generally to get the best possible terms of engagement for ourselves in this region. We must pull together. The PNP has always believed in that, and we continue to believe in that. Ladies and gentlemen, East Central St. Andrew, I thank you for inviting me to your conference. I thank you for welcoming me here. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to be on this platform with Dr. Phillips on this historic occasion and with the Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Comrades, the word is love. God bless you all.
Thank you, Comrade Leader, Comrade Mark Golin. Comrades, we now invite Comrade Maureen Denton to the podium. Comrade Denton will do the introduction of our special guest speaker this evening, Comrade Ernest Hilaire. Just before Comrade Denton speaks, let me also acknowledge that Comrade Keisha Hale arrived earlier, and she's no longer on the platform. And if you look to my right, at the right of the stage, your left, you will see none other than Comrade Natalie Nita Garvey, who is also here celebrating with Comrade Phillips. Comrade Maureen Denton.
Good evening, comrades. I have been given a special responsibility this evening, but just before that, I would like to just say a few words. I remember years and years ago going to meet Dr. Phillips during the time when he was having the negotiations with the IMF. I went to Washington, I was there on business, and we met. And I will never forget, comrades, because oftentimes we talk about how well he did and how much the country benefited from those negotiations. But I remember him talking to me about just the pain of the negotiations, just the interactions he had with some of those representatives from the IMF and how they treated him. And when I could just feel the pain, and knowing that oftentimes when he would have wanted to say, you know what, I'm not going to bother with these people too out of order, forget them, whatever it is. He knew that he was representing our country, and therefore he had to make whatever personal sacrifices he had to make, whatever indignities he had to suffer in those negotiations for the benefit of our country. Comrades, I have been fortunate to know him for perhaps over 40 years. And I know I never normally mention age. For over 40 years. And one thing I can say is his consistency over those 40 years. The conversation has never changed in terms of his caring, his commitment to the people of Jamaica. So comrades, we are here to salute someone who has dedicated his entire life for us, and I am not one of those persons that says he must just go off in the sunset. He must continue to find a way to contribute to building this Jamaica. Comrades, let me get back to what I was supposed to do. Oh, shoot. So, comrades, the People's National Party, from its founding, emphasized the importance of regional and international relations to strengthen our party and to build and develop our country. This was exemplified during the leadership of our great leader, Michael Manley, as he worked to strengthen regional cooperation, playing a leading role in the non-aligned movement, in Socialist International, and other organizations. Our own Dr. Peter Phillips was an integral part of such efforts. Comrades, at last year's conference and just now, Comrade Leader Mark Golding and the party again reaffirmed its commitment to building and strengthening fraternal relations with progressive parties in the region and indeed globally. It is therefore very fitting that Comrade Dennis Gordon, Chairman and next Member of Parliament of the great constituency of East Central St. Andrew, should invite Dr. Ernest Hilaire to be the guest speaker at this conference. Dr. Hilaire is a St. Lucian politician who represents Castries South constituency in the House of Assembly for the St. Lucia Labour Party. He is a Deputy Prime Minister and currently, listen to this, comrade, he's currently the Minister of Tourism, of Investment, of Creative Industries, of Culture, and of Information. How is that possible? But phenomenal. He has been elected since June 2016. He's also the first deputy political leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party. In the early 1990s, Dr. Hilaire completed his Bachelor of Science degree at the Cave Hill campus at the University of the West Indies. He earned his Master of Philosophy degrees in 1995 with distinction in international relations from Darwin College, Cambridge University, England. He went beyond that, and Dr. Hilaire later earned his PhD at the London School of Economics, where Michael Manley went, by the way. He also holds an executive diploma in negotiations and conflict resolution from Notre Dame University. And we certainly can do with those skills here, Dr. Hilaire. Dr. Hilaire is a Renaissance man. He's a Caribbean man with a wide range of experiences that span politics, sports. You heard everybody, when they talked about him, they mentioned his role in sports, in cricket, He also does management and diplomacy. He served as personal assistant to Prime Minister Dr. Kenny Anthony in 1997, and in 1999 became permanent secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. In 2005, he was given the responsibility of managing St. Lucia's hosting of ICC World Cup 2007. His success in that endeavor led to his appointment as the tournament director for the ICC World 2020 in 2010. He also served as the chief executive officer of the West Indies Cricket Board. Dr. Hilaire was also appointed St. Lucia's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom in November 2012. He's well known for his youth and student leadership in the 1980s and 1990s, when he was president of the student branch of the National Youth Council of St. Lucia and vice president of the St. Lucia National Youth Council and president of the Caribbean Federation of Youth. He has represented St. Lucia and the Caribbean at many international youth and student events. He is a strong, firm believer in regionalism and international solidarity, and is a champion for national independence and respect for the sovereignty of nations. Dr. Hilaire, the constituency of East Central St. Andrew is honored to have you here and greatly appreciate your taking the time to be with us. Comrades, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire. Long live the friendship between the people of St. Lucia and the people of Jamaica. Long live!
There was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America.
People sound, it's to love. Shabba ranking dance like the public.
Thank you very much for such kind words of introduction. Let me recognize the party leader and the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mark Golden. I have to recognize a man for whom you've heard the kindest words spoken about. And I will say some of my own words in a bit, and let me recognize Honorable Peter David Phillips. I have to recognize my dear friend, and since we've met, I can tell you he's a man I've gotten to like instantly. And I have to say thank you so very much for your hospitality, Councillor Dennis Gordon. And I know he's going to be a tremendous representative for the constituency. Let me recognize Comrade General Secretary, Comrade Chairman, all caretaker candidates, all parliamentarians, all comrades. A very pleasant good evening to you. I am proud to be here. Let me say to you, Comrade Leader, when my Prime Minister was elected as the leader of the opposition to replace Dr. Kenny Anthony, and we held our first conference, and let me tell you, I'm really happy and proud to be here for another reason. Because I left St. Lucia where we were having our constituency conferences the same way. And I was feeling a little lost this weekend because I was not in my constituency conferences. And to come here and to see you comrades having yours at the same time automatically created a connection. and I certainly felt a lot more inspired. But when my political leader was hosting our first conference after we lost the elections in 2016, and we were looking for a feature speaker to come and spend the weekend with us and to talk to us, he looked to one party to show that solidarity, and it was the People's National Party. And we had a comrade who was a friend of his, a former Minister of Tourism, I think it's Dr. O'Neill. McNeil, Dr. McNeil, who came to St. Lucia and did that feature address. And we spent some time talking about the challenges and sharing experiences. So comrades, I'm really pleased that you've invited me to be here and to share with you some of my own thoughts. I must also tell you there's a chance for me to get to meet some of the comrades I had not seen for a very long time. Pamela and Everton and a few of them. So you've really given me that opportunity to reconnect. I have to join all the comrades before me who express to Dr. Phillips their appreciation and gratitude for his service to his constituency, to Jamaica, and to the Caribbean. I have no doubt that you all agree that he has been a Caribbean man, a patriot, a regionalist, a servant leader, a warrior, a defender of the people of Jamaica. There is no doubt from listening to everyone that he has served with distinction, he has served with honor, he has served with integrity, and Jamaica will not forget him. Never forget him. And a comrade earlier said, in 50 years, 100 years, when the history of Jamaica is written, the name of Peter Phillips will be etched in those books for the contribution that he made. And he introduced me to his son, and he said that imitation is the best form of flattery. And his son is imitating him. He's following his footsteps. And that tells you what his own family thinks of him, that he's a great man. He's a man to be proud of, and he's a man to emulate. And that says a lot. That when your own children says, I want to be like my father, it tells you you've done the right things in life. So, I cannot boast, comrade, that I've worked with you. But I know my former Prime Minister, political leader, Dr. Kenny Anthony, has the highest regard for you. I know my present Prime Minister has the highest regard for you. And I bring to you, comrade, greetings from the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the entire cabinet, and the entire St. Lucia Labour Party. He's asked me to convey to you his very best wishes. He's asked me to convey to the party leader his best wishes, and to all the comrades. And I will tell you, I want to start off where I will end. We are extending best wishes because Jamaica needs a PNP government. Jamaica needs Mark Golan as Prime Minister. So everything I'm going to say to you thereafter is headed in that direction. I'm asked to speak about how we can reverse intergenerational poverty. I want to address the issue as a politician, not an academic or anybody who wants to engage in fanciful language about the subject. I want to start off by telling you that the best way to reverse poverty in Jamaica is to have the PNP in power. That's the best way. That's the best way. We need to stop the continuation of poverty in Jamaica generation to generation. Why? Because Jamaica is special. As Caribbean people, we are proud that there is a Jamaica. Just as you Jamaicans are proud of being Jamaicans, we are proud of you as Jamaicans. There is no doubt about it. We one Caribbean family. And let me tell you why. First of all, whenever St. Lucia has needed Jamaica, Jamaica has always been there for us, no matter which government is in power. Whenever we've had a natural disaster, whenever we've had any challenges, and even now in our fight against crime, Jamaica has been there for us. So let me start off. And this is not about which party is in power. The Jamaican people, the Jamaican government has been there for us. So we one family. But think about it, Jamaica. How is it that just about 3 million people can be such a mighty nation in this world? Jamaica is a mighty nation. And you know it and I know it. It's a mighty nation. How is it possible? It's possible because of the people of Jamaica. It's possible because of the leadership you've had in the past. And for Jamaica to continue to be mighty and to take it to another level, you need a PNP in government. You look at music, whether it's reggae, dancehall, ska, Jamaica was a world leader. You look at sports, whether it's cricket, and don't ask about athletics, Jamaica is a world leader. You look at dance, everybody want to compete Jamaican dances, Jamaica is a world leader. You look at fashion, the way people dress, copying Jamaican fashion, Jamaica is a world leader. Even in business, you look at Grace Kennedy, Sandals, Jamaica is a leader. So Jamaica is a nation that has to be recognized for what it has achieved. And we are proud to be part of the family that Jamaica belongs to. But then let's look at the PNP. Let's look at the PNP. Because when I say to you that Jamaica needs a PNP government, it is because of the pedigree of the PNP as a party. The PNP is the mother of all parties. Mother of all parties. When you heard of colonialism and the fight against colonialism, which party produced the leadership, not just in the region, but in the world? PNP. When you heard against the fight against apartheid, PNP. The fight for social justice, PNP. The fight for small island developing states in all international meetings, who was in the leadership of that? PNP. Of course, PNP was in power in Jamaica, but it is the ideology of the PNP that gives the Jamaican government the direction to do what it has to do. Look at Caribbean integration. Who led, together with Barbados, Trinidad, Guyana, and the others, to form CARICOM? It was a PNP government in power. Look at the role played by P.J. Patterson and later on Portia Simpson to modernize Caribbean and establish a CARICOM single market and economy. It was a PNP government in power in Jamaica. When you talk internationally about people-centered development, about participatory democracy, which party in Jamaica has led Jamaica to play that role? It's the PNP. If you ask who has the belief in the people, ordinary poor people, rising and achieving and leading civilized lives, it is the PNP as a party. So when you ask me, why did I start by saying there has to be a PNP government in Jamaica? It is because the PNP is the only party that can truly care about the people of Jamaica, the ordinary people of Jamaica. That is why when we talk about reversing poverty, you have to have a government that understands the plight of poor people and has to have the ideological direction to put people first. And that is why you need a PNP in government. I am not telling you any others not good, but I am telling you the PNP is better. It's better. So, you need PNP in government. But we'll come to that in a while. So let's talk about poverty. Because when we start talking about poverty, you start to understand why there's an imperative for the PNP to be in government. So, if you ask me, what is intergenerational poverty? What does that mean? For me, it's a very simple issue, but complex and painful one. It is how poverty moves on from one generation to the next. You have to ask the question, how is it that a poor child is more than likely going to end up as a poor adult? But why is that happening? Why? Why? And I think we can look at probably 3 big reasons. And let us examine those reasons, and we'll start to understand what it is the PNP has to do when it gets back into power in the next few months. Might be 5 months, 10 months, 15 months, but it must happen. There's a date with destiny, and it must happen. The first reason, I believe, from my experiences, is that poor people do not have the resources and the assets that they can pass on from one generation to the next. So they don't own land. They don't own property. They don't own houses. So as a PNP government, you have to put a priority on making sure that Jamaicans, ordinary Jamaicans, can own Jamaica. They must be able to own houses, to own land. They must have assets that they can pass on to their children. If you own nothing and you can't pass on anything to your children will remain poor. You have to have the assets. You must. And in St. Lucia, Dr. Anthony started something we call PROUD, which is a program to rationalize and plan settlements, and where we decide if you're living on land for a certain amount of time, we will give you the ownership of the land. I'm not sure what's the equivalent in Jamaica. Pride. Oh gosh, it sounds like we copy. Oh God. No, but we think alike as parties. That is a very serious program. Ordinary Jamaicans must own a piece of Jamaica. It cannot be that foreigners, and not that I have any problem with foreigners, can come into the country and buy land and feel comfortable owning pieces of land, and your people cannot get the means to own a piece of Jamaica. As a government, you have to ensure it's a priority. Housing must be a priority. We are challenging St. Lucia with paucity of housing. And we have to ask the question, how can a man or woman speak of civilized living conditions and they cannot even own a small house to live in? As a government, ideologically, we must put a priority on ownership of housing by our people. The next point I want to focus on is that so many of our people don't have the technical skills and the soft skills, the mental attitude for them to be able to prosper. So many of them do not have the qualifications, the certification, where they can receive the kind of employment opportunities that they deserve. And Jamaica is a leader in the region in terms of vocational training and the tertiary training of our people. But we need to make a determined effort to ensure that our people can get that kind of qualification and training. Nobody should not be able to get a job because they cannot get the certification and qualification necessary. If you cannot have the skills to get a job, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? But more important than just having the skills is the right mindset. We have to speak frankly with our people and tell them the importance of working hard, the ethics of working hard, and the productivity that has to come for success. We cannot play games with those issues. Our people must develop. When in my constituency, I frequently have to have conversations with people I send for jobs and say, I'm recommending you for a job somewhere. But I want you to make me proud. I want you to go out and give your best. You have to wake up at 6 in the morning. You have to leave the house at 7 so you can get to the place for 8 o'clock or 8:30. Do that every single day because that is what is required. You can't decide you get a job, but you don't really want to work. It's the money you want. We have to talk to our people. We have to educate them. We have to prepare them. Otherwise, the cycle of poverty will continue and continue. We need to speak to our people about building strong communities, building social cohesion, where you love your neighbor, you care about your neighbor, you care about your community. The scourge of crime and social deviance is something we must bring under control. The attitude that some of our people have to each other, they place such a low value on a life. We must find ways to overcome that. And as a responsible party, we must be talking to our people. We cannot run away from it because it will continue and get worse and get worse. The party has to be brave enough to engage in that dialogue and conversation. We must not run away from it because it will destroy us. And the party must make that a priority to engage communities. Of course, social media seems to be destroying everything. Everybody believes you can post anything on Facebook, post anything on social media, and that becomes reality. But we must boldly put that on the front burner. We cannot run away from it. And the last point I want to make is the system is not fair. You know, all of us are politicians, and we're part of the system because that's how it is structured. But all of us know deep in our heart that that system out there is not a fair system. That system out there is not designed and catering to put the welfare of poor people first. And let me be frank, sometimes we don't discuss those things in public. The moment you start talking about putting priority in favor of the poor people, some business people get uneasy. Because they are thinking in a zero-sum game. If the government gives poor people more, it means less for us, the rich, and those of us that have. That's how they think. And they're wrong. You can understand why they think that way, because they want to protect what they have. But we must explain to them it's a positive sum game. The more poor people get prosperous, is the richer the whole thing will come. The pie will get bigger and everybody will be better off. But there's that inherent fear that if we put too much emphasis on poor people, if we give poor people too much, then we're taking away from them. It shouldn't be that way. A PNP must explain to end poverty, we must put more resources for the poor. And when we put more resources for the poor, it doesn't mean we're taking away from the rich. Everybody must make a fair contribution. Everybody. But the continuation of poverty in the society, which leads to so much other social problems, cannot be in the interest of the business class in the long run. It cannot be. You will prosper more if Jamaica is a stronger, more egalitarian Jamaica. It's a simple logic for me. I don't want to take from you. I want you to get more. But I want the pie, the cake to get bigger so there are more slices to cut. And they must understand that. So the system, we must start changing the system. Start changing it. Not to take away from other people and deny them. We should be saying we are encouraging more businesses in St. Lucia under the Central Labour Party. It is the time that there is the greatest investments in St. Lucia. But you know why it's the greatest most investments? Because we're making sure that ordinary people can invest too. And not just a small select, always having the biggest slice of the pie. Let's make the pie bigger so there can be more slices to share around. And this idea that some governments have, that it must be trickled down. So let's give those at the top everything and they will make money, and they will give those at the bottom something. That doesn't work. Government must be involved to stop poverty. It must be involved. You cannot leave it to the private sector to solve poverty. Government must take the lead in solving poverty. And the brother, the mayor, I think from St. Thomas, made a point, and he said, Comrade Philip cared about the ordinary man, the vendor, the tailor, the seamstress. The PNP must care about ordinary people and put ordinary people first. It doesn't mean you don't take care of other people, but if you want to stop poverty, if you want to make sure that that cycle of poverty does not continue, destroying the fabric of your society, you must put poor people, you must put people first. You have no choice but to put people first. So brothers, I started off and I said to you, you need to have a PNP government in Jamaica. Now, you can always boast of economic growth and how much economic progress they've had. Economic growth that is not shared and enjoyed by most people means nothing. Economic growth and all those glorious numbers mean something when the ordinary people can say, I am feeling it and it is part of my livelihood. That's when it has meaning. Now, I took some time and I looked at election results in Jamaica over the years. And I think I can say that the Jamaican people have been very pleased with the PNP over the years. Very pleased, and especially since 1989. But we've lost elections. And we lost in 2016 in St. Lucia. And I listened to the comrades tonight. We lost because we had to take some very difficult decisions to save the economy of St. Lucia. We lost because we inherited a situation where our debt was rising, the economy was not delivering, and we had to take some painful decisions. And our own people did not turn out to vote. And some even voted against us because they did not understand the painful and critical decisions that we had to make to save our country. And I'm hearing comrades saying the same thing, that the painful decisions had to be made, that Dr. Philip had to make some painful decisions, carry embarrassments, but he had to save Jamaica. How many comrades really understand that? Did they really understand that? They felt their party had abandoned them. They felt their party was not taking care of them. And the other side will always convince them that better can be found over the fence. But we know better than that. So now, the priority for us is for us to be able to reconnect with our people and to explain to them exactly what had happened, what we had achieved, where you brought the country, and to importantly, where you will take the country. Because a PNP in government in Jamaica is a progressive Jamaica. It's a progressive Jamaica. Look at the history of housing in Jamaica. Look at the history of education, the history of health in Jamaica. Which party in power has brought the most benefit to ordinary Jamaicans? So the task is very clear. That the only way you can stop poverty, the only way where you can put the people first is for you to be back in power. So you have to achieve that objective. Now, I was reading in one of the papers some article somebody posted online, challenging the PNP to release its plans, say what its mission is, say how much it's going to cost. Let me tell you, don't fall for that trick. Don't fall for that trick. Prepare your plan, prepare all your estimates, but hold it for the right time. Don't let nobody rush you. There'll be a time and place for everything. Time and place for everything. The priority now is for you to reconnect, for you to build back those relationships. Those who are upset, for you to sit with them and explain to them what happened the last time, why we lost, and how we have corrected it, and why times now require a PNP in government. You must be in the playing fields, the bus stops. You have to be at every nook and cranny, on every doorstep, saying and connecting back with people for a PNP government to come back into power. That is what the priority is now. To make sure that all your caretaker candidates are on the ground, working hard, canvassing, collecting the information, preparing for the election. The time will come when you release all your plans. But, comrades, the plans must put people first. It cannot mean anything, and nothing about the history of the PNP, about what the PNP stands for, will be achieved if we do not put people first. The party has to be strong. The party has to be united. The party has to be focused. Comrades, think about it. It's always better to be in government than to be in opposition. No matter what differences you have, no matter what disagreements you have, it's better to be in government than to be in opposition. So everybody must work together. Everybody must be focused. That doesn't mean you don't have differences or disagreements, but that is secondary. You have to be focused. Our political leader used to put it beautifully. He said, keep your eyes on the prize. And the prize is winning the next election. All comrades must dedicate themselves to the task of winning the next election. To do the hard work. To go out there, to explain to comrades, to convince others to come out and to vote. The last election we just held during COVID, there was about a 47% turnout. Every time Jamaicans turn out in numbers to vote, PNP win. Look at the statistics. Every time Jamaicans turn out to vote in their numbers, the PNP wins. So what do you have to do? Mobilize, educate, organize. That is how you will get all Jamaicans that are rightful thinking, who care about the future of Jamaica, the Jamaica I described at the beginning. That is how you'll get them to come out and put a PNP back into power. And I'm not here, like I said, to criticize any party or to... comrades, they are more than capable of doing that. I listened to this General Secretary, and let me tell you, that was a fire he light there. You know? So you, comrades, are more than capable of doing that. My message to you as a party, a sister party, is that we want you to win. We believe the PNP is more committed to regionalism than any other party in Jamaica. The PNP must never be a party that believes its rightful place is to look north. Rather, it must look at the islands around it as its rightful place. Jamaica is a leader in the Caribbean and must always be a leader in the Caribbean. And we want a PNP in government. We want a party that understands the importance of believing in people and what people are capable of achieving if they are given the equal opportunity to achieve those things. We want to know that we have a party in power, a government in Jamaica, that when we speak about the regional issues that face us, will put up in hand and say, we are part of the solution. That's what we want. So, comrades, if you're serious about poverty and stopping poverty, you have to get into government. You can't do it from opposition. You're not a pressure group, you're a political party. And political parties want power. And they want power to transform lives of the people and to serve the people. And the PNP has a distinguished record, not just in Jamaica, but internationally, for doing exactly that. When you speak of the PNP, you speak of Norman Manley, Michael Manley, P.J. Patterson, Portia Simpson. You speak of so many outstanding prime ministers who've gone on the world stage and promoted a people's agenda. That is the PNP. And that's why you must win the next election. So, comrades, I will be listening to every news story out of Jamaica. I will read every article I see because I want to see that you are winning the elections. Let me tell you, you don't have to talk too much, you just have to work hard. Because if you do the hard work, if you are on the ground, and if you are mobilizing your people, if you educating them, if you organizing them, you will win the next election. Because your message is a message of hope. Your message is a message that says you're going to build a better Jamaica. Your message says that you care about people. You're going to put them at the center of development. And when you are sincere, people believe you. And they follow that dream, that mission that you're on. So, my final words to you is, we support the PNP. We are sister parties. We believe in you. We believe in your leadership. We believe in the history of the PNP. And we ask you to go forth, fight for the Jamaican people, lead the PNP to victory, and lead Jamaica to its rightful place at the center of the affairs of the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Zion. Comrades, another round of applause for Comrade Hilaire. And while you're applauding and on your feet, I'm going to ask Vice President of the People's National Party, Comrade Mikhail Phillips, to come forward. He will do the introduction of someone who needs no introduction, but Mikhail is capable of bringing to the podium his dad, our guest of honor, in a style that only he can. Comrade Mikhail Phillips.
Comrade Raymond Price, Comrade Party Leader, and I guess you don't need no more introduction to the guest speaker, because I am sure he will be headlining the news media in Jamaica for the next couple days for that presentation that you gave us. Comrade Chairman, my father, my friend, your member of parliament, my daddy, Comrade Dennis Gordon, your next member of parliament. Comrade MPs, councillors, workers, warriors, foot soldiers of the great People's National Party. We say PNP, we say? Comrades, it is not very often that I get to introduce my father like this. But I want to say to Comrade Dennis Gordon and to the comrades of East Central St. Andrew and the comrades who have traveled far and wide to come to the conference this evening, from our family to the PNP family, a very, very big thank you. Comrades, when I wanted to enter politics, I remember my father saying to me, it can be a very ungrateful profession to get in. Sometimes we are our own worst enemy. Sometimes our own family treat us harsher than others treat us. But it is one thing that I have learned from this man, that despite what people want to say or do, if it is one thing is to stand up and defend your family, which is a PNP family, stand up and defend your country, stand up and defend those who are less fortunate. Because many might seem and think that he was born with a lot of wealth. He is a man who come from the belly of our society. His grandfather was a farmer. His father, a teacher. His mother, an assistant. He's the only child for Aubrey and Thelma. So I consider myself fortunate that not only that he's my father, but he's my friend, my best friend. He's my political teacher. He's my teacher, otherwise from the politics. But when you see him out there, believe me, there were many nights where we wonder where he was. My interest in politics came from following him on the road when he was teaching political education, when he was general secretary running from east to west, north to south, giving of himself. It was my mother and my current mother, no, my stepmother, I don't call her stepmother, I call her mother, Sandra, who grew us up while he was out there doing the people's work. But what he has taught us is that the commitment is not only to the PNP, but there's a wider commitment in seeing Jamaica develop in a country that not only us, his children, his grandchildren, and when they have great-grandchildren, but your children have a country that they can call their own. Feel that you have gotten the best education, that you are protected because we have crime under control, that we have done the best in giving us, our people, a Jamaica that we can feel proud of and call our own. When I entered Parliament in 2012, the only other father-son combination ever made it to Parliament was Norman Manley and his son Michael Manley. But we can say that we have exceeded that 1 year that they spent in Parliament, that I can feel proud to know that I have spent 3 terms, 11 years so far, sitting in Parliament with my father and political teacher. What I have to say though, is that the Parliament will be worse off for not having you there. The level of
commitment, intellect, the discourse that we have in Parliament has been missing since I stopped attending on a regular basis. Yeah? But I even feel better when I go around the length and breadth of this country. And when people can look at me, even though them say me look like him, and me talk like him. But when they say that if it is one thing, is that he is a man of integrity. I'm sure others don't have nobody to tell them so about them, Papa. But that he's also one of the hardest working ministers that has ever passed through government in Jamaica. And those of us in the family can tell you, he has given his life to the People's National Party and the people of Jamaica.
You don't care what nobody wants to say. As long as the Father sits on the throne.
Look, when I was asked to shadow the portfolio of transport and works, knowing that my father was once a minister of transport and works. No, I'm not telling a lie, I'm glad back the bus. They feel good. But to know that school start tomorrow, and it was under his watch that he got rid of the patty pan bus system and brought in a system that every Jamaican living in the KMTR could be proud of, the JUTC. And to see now that a Jamaica Labour Party government has destroyed a legacy of the People's National Party for the people of Jamaica. My God, man, them should feel shame of themselves that something so good has been torn down by them. And I see some Labourites jump out at me when I said Vaz don't have no credibility when them talk about 300 buses rolling out tomorrow. Oh, you can move from 140 buses to getting 50 buses that are 190. You need 350 to 400 buses tomorrow. And they won't have it. God help the young children them tomorrow morning. But comrades, I want to bring to you a man who believes in Jamaica. A man who has given his life from Jamaica college days till now to the People's National Party. A man that our family feels good to know that we have given him to you and to the people of Jamaica. A man that I love, a man that we love, a man that Jamaica loves. Comrades, help me to welcome
Comrade Chairman, Comrade Party Leader, Comrade Mark Golden, Comrade Guest Speaker, our brother and friend from St. Lucia, and I would say, well, I did say, Comrade Guest Speaker, the Honorable Ernest Hilaire, Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia, other officers of the party, members of Parliament, present and future. I want to particularly recognize Comrade Dennis Gordon, future Member of Parliament for East Central St. Andrew, councillors present and future, comrades of the People's National Party, but I want to particularly recognize and big up the comrades of East Central St. Andrew. The night is long spent, and I really, when I was invited to come here tonight, I was told I wouldn't have a talk. That was the hook. All I needed to do was to show up. I have shown up. I am glad to be here and to share this evening with you. And I want to thank the comrades of East Central St. Andrew and their leadership. Comrade Dennis Gordon, Comrade Wayne Strawn was here, and all the other comrades who have come here tonight. You know, as I would say, and I don't think that I can be contradicted successfully, that the match between me and East Central is a match made in heaven. I was thinking while I sat there, I think the first constituency that asked me to consider representation was Central Kingston. And one morning, Comrade Manley called me and told me that he had heard that rumor and that it was a thing I should put out of my mind. I won't tell you all the reasons why he said I should do it. At one time, comrades of East Kingston approached me, but that was also something I had to put out of my mind. I went down to South Manchester, having all my family coming from Manchester and tracing generations to Manchester, and was really motoring, going on well with South Manchester. And comrades Robertson first, Patterson second, and Manley asked me to consider this question of becoming General Secretary of the party. And Comrade, when we were to sit down with Comrade Manley to have lunch to discuss this General Secretary business, him said, one thing I need to tell you first. If you agree, you cannot run a seat. Him say, if you don't accept that as the condition, make us just have lunch today and you go about your business. So that was the end of my South Manchester activities as a potential member of parliament for there. And having served as General Secretary, it so happened that Comrade Arthur Jones developed an illness at about the same time as I demitted office. And the comrades of East Central approached me, and we have been going on now 30 years next year with a wonderful experience with some of the best people that Jamaica has produced. The people of East Central St. Andrew. But there is a lesson that I have learned as Member of Parliament. And it was stated here by our guest speaker clearly. Because truly, if you want to change the conditions of life, it's not by being Member of Parliament as such, but it is by being part of the government of Jamaica that will develop the right policies. And it is that will deal with it is by forming the next government that we'll be able to re-engage the people of constituencies like this, South St. Andrew, Western St. Andrew, Southwestern, and all those constituencies where there's a lot of hardcore poverty, and be able to create the conditions that will transform the lives, not just of this generation, but of generations to come. The People's National Party was attractive to me. This is long before the 30 years when we start in Parliament. My first, put it this way, I don't think them can punish me again, because we used to board at Jamaica College and we used to thief out of school at night to go to PNP meeting in the 1967 election. So I don't think the headmasters are around to punish me now about that. But the attractiveness of the People's National Party, then and after we wondered, the attractiveness was its vision of social transformation of Jamaica. And in all the realities of present-day Jamaica, which I won't enumerate now, they have been done already, I will say no more than ever, Jamaica needs the People's National Party with its vision of social transformation. And so I will repeat again what I said at conference. Now is not a time for hold your corner and sulk and vex about anything that happened last year or year before or the year before that. Let's come together now and line up and support the leadership of the party to move forward and save Jamaica for this generation and the generations to come. I want to thank all those who have been so kind with their words of commendation to me. I won't single out any one in particular, thank them all, but forgive me, she's not here, but I want to particularly thank Comrade Mia Mottley, my friend of many, many years, and an indefatigable energy in the struggle on behalf of the Caribbean people and the people of the global South, so that we can get a better share of life in this world of the 21st century. I want to thank the party leader for being present. He is the neighbor, for better or worse, of East Central St. Andrew. And over the years, East Central St. Andrew, South St. Andrew, Southwest St. Andrew have operated as a pack where elections are concerned. One for all and all for one. And in that way guaranteed, as I expect will be guaranteed, victory for all three. You know, people feel free to move across the borders of each. I won't go further into it. But you can call it like it's a regional block that operates that way. And no visa required. But there's one other comrade who has just left to fulfill grandfatherly duties. But I told him I wanted to. I expressed to him my particular appreciation for his presence, and I will express it to you. And I'm talking about Comrade K.D. Knight. You know, one of the things that happens to you as your hair gets grayer is that the generation that you started the journey with gradually kind of steps aside, and then suddenly you find yourself in a struggle, but the people that were with you in those earlier years kind of have moved on, and it is always good to have those that were there in the early phases show up and in the trenches show up and join with you in the battle. Thank God for being able to be here. I can say without going into detail that my health has really never been better. And when my doctors feel happy, I feel happy with them. And I thank them and I thank the Almighty. But it is good. And God bless you all, and God bless the People's National Party.
Comrades,
as long as the Father.
Comrades, firstly, on behalf of Comrade Dennis Gordon and the entire leadership of East Central St. Andrew, let me thank all of you, those on the platform, those in the audience, those on the live stream watching from all across the world. And a special thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia, who I gather I'm now supposed to properly refer to as Comrade Ernest Hilaire. Thank you all for being here. It has been a night for the history books, and we're going to close it in the fine tradition of how we close PNP meetings, especially at this level, by asking all of you who can to stand as we sing Jamaica Arise.
Sounded my countrymen all, so awake from your slumber and answer the call. The torch has been lighted, the dawn is at hand. Who joins in the fight for his own?